everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Pac-Man 99 Challenge Championships. We're moving forward with the next game on the roster of PAX Arena, and it's going to be an incredible time, brought to you, of course, by Namco. And I am super excited about this because, A, I'm joined by two professionals at the best in the business. We got Lyric and Vicky, and we get to talk about Pac-Man.
I know, I'm so excited. It's so glad to be here with you guys. It's going to be a good time out here, and it's our first time being able to cover through Pac-Man 99, so it's going to be a good time.
Honestly, this was such a fun request of us to have. I know when they were like, hey, you're going to be casting Smash and Stream Stars, and by the way, Pac-Man 99, I was like, you know what? I love Pac-Man. I think Pac-Man is one of these generational games that really brings everybody together no matter what.
Waka Waka, it's that time. Now, again, this is a Battle Royale format. So, as you can see, everybody playing right down there on the booth, brought to you, of course, over by Namco and 1UP. So, one of the things that's crazy about this is that you are not only just trying to complete the path, you're already worrying about all the ghosts, you're worrying about trying to get all the Pac dots, but then there's a bunch of jammer Pac-Man that gets sent your way. There's a bunch of other things that get interrupted by you, and you have to be the last one amongst 100 to make it out of that round. That's very stress-inducing, especially when you're on the big stage.
Yeah, and you know what's also crazy? I got to take a look at the scores from the previous 4 to 5 weeks from our players and what basically allowed them to lead up to competing at this tournament. We got some crazy talented players out here. I'm so excited to see how this is all going to plan out, especially seeing the weeks of competition where these players were able to manage what they needed to do differently so that way they could stay on top. And you know, with some faces that are unfortunately here, it's still nice to be able to see the other players to make the adjustments necessary so that way they could stay on top.
I think it's so important to note, while Pac-Man, the more you play, the kind of harder it gets, the better you're playing. Now you're playing against not only other people, but a ton of CPUs after you as well. So you have a ton of random elements in there as well, which makes Pac-Man 99 super fun to play regardless. Speaking
of Pac-Man 99 and how this is all going to work, Lyric, there's a format that's going to be broken down. It is single elimination, all in one bracket. How is this format going to be going for everybody today?
Ooh, okay. So we are going to check out our slide here. We got 4 teams of 5, each team led by an influencer who we will be talking about a little bit later. Teams are filled with players from the 4 online qualifiers that Vicky was talking about a little bit earlier. Those were played in January. The teams will play one other team in a 5-game semifinal. So not best of 5 like we're used to in Smash. We got a 5-game semifinal. The highest cumulative score will determine the match winners. As you can see on the column on the left, we got all of the points there. First walking out with 50 points. That's a nice lead. So once again, we got some nice format here. We got a ton of games of Pac-Man 99 to play.
Yes, and then, of course, throwing it over to Vicky here. We were talking a little bit about these teams, everybody coming together to get out to play it out. But as they get into the semis round, it's going to be 5 games in total trying to get that W. What do you think the coordination is going to be to try and make this work? Because they do have CPUs they have to go against. This is intentional. It's meant to interrupt everybody in there, because it'd be a lot of competitors that have 100+ for each individual round. Just taking up this whole arena would be enough. What do you think is going to be the strategy to work together and try and deal with that to get those solidified Ws when they get to that point?
Well, understanding that the CPUs are there to not only grief you, but there are these players that are also here with the potential chance to grief you too, so that way they'll be throwing you a curveball whenever you're playing out here. It's also important to note as well that the 2 winning teams from the semifinals will be competing in a 7-team final with the highest total cumulative score of each team determining the winner of the tournament, which is also super cool to see, because you know what's on the line there? It's that custom arcade cabinet, and they look so crazy. I'm so excited to see which of these teams are going to be able to come out on top.
Absolutely. Vicky, Ajax, it's so exciting to be here with both of you, but we're also here with one more person on the stage. Raynessa, how you doing up there?
I am doing wonderfully. Thank you so much for laying out the format, a little bit of what's going to be happening up here. We already see some of the players getting ready, but you know what? We have these teams, but these teams are missing one person on each side. They're missing their captains. So let's get our first 2 captains out here on the stage. First up, we'll pull Cleo. Cleo, come and join us out here. All right, and then our second captain is Lana Ray. Come on out, take your side. All right, now like we said, these 2 are our captains. They are our team leaders. But to have an effective team, they gotta know their leaders have faith in them. So I want you 2 to step right up here in the middle. And you guys are battling each other right now, letting your team know you've got their back. So give us the game plan. Tell us how you're going to crush Lana Ray.
Listen, Lana, I appreciate you and your team coming here today. I really do. I know there's a lot of competitors on that side, but you got to understand, I got Judgment Day with me. I got Uncle Slam with me. I got Savix with me. I got Such with me. We're the ones becoming the PAC-1 today. That's all I'm saying.
The gauntlet is laid down. Do you think you're going to take the PAC-1? You can do it. Can your team do it? Fight back. Tell Cleo why he's wrong. Why is your team queen of the arena?
My team is definitely going to beat Cleo's team because my team, we have a great friendship. They've been practicing for a very long time together, so your team is going to go down. Cleo, I hope you and your team get lost in the maze.
Lost in the maze. Oh, man. You take that?
Listen, she can talk a good game all she wants, but it's on her teammates to really be able to pull the weight on this team, okay? On this side, she's talking about practicing. We've been doing that for 2 months. We're ready to roll now. Let's go.
See, you've got a huge TikTok community, okay? You know how to lead people. You know how to get them excited, fire them up. You gonna bring that here today?
Yes, I am. My team, Cleo, I'm sorry, you're going down.
Now, I will say you got a strong hat over on this side. But Lana's got the kicking boots on.
Right, yeah, listen, when Lana came through, she stepped out on the stage with the boots. I knew the confidence was there. I know she can game. I am a little nervous when it comes to just the one-on-one with Lana, but I think we're here, team versus team, we got this.
All right, the one-on-one. So if these teams tie, right, we're just, you two are gonna, you're gonna be the final determination.
Yes, we're gonna win.
All right, absolutely. Well, I'm gonna let you two take your seats, get things started. Good luck. May the best one be the one-up champion. And I will send things back to our desk to get this gameplay started.
Thank you so much, Rainessa. All right, so let's talk about these two teams. Let's talk about who they have on their team, because, we saw some friendly trash talk being flung around, but we got to break it down which of these players are on whose team and what they've done so far in the 4 weeks leading up to this tournament. So what's up? It needs to be in our mouths when it comes to what the performance has come out from this player. He has been out here. Also had some little bit of tidbit of information that his mom was actually 2 rounds away from also being able to compete.
His mom.
Yes, his mom. That is actually so awesome. It's so nice to see the diversity of all the players that come out here when it comes to the Pac-Man games, especially when it comes to Pac-Man 99 and the competition that we get to see. But what's is Seed 1 from week 1. I believe he should be playing off against Savix in that first round, who was 4th from that same week as well. After that, Mr. Mind was C4 from week 2. Uncle Slam was the first placing player in week 2. So they're going to be facing off against each other after that. And then What's All comes back again because he also got first place in week 3. So the fact that he was also able to nail that first place spot between all the players that we have today, not just in week 1, but in week 3 here as well, is scary because then he's going to be doing the rematch against Savix again, who also got 4th place in that same week. So we talk about consistency with some of these players. So that's why I'm excited to see how this is going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they opened it up and they asked who was on each team, he name dropped Uncle Slam right away.
Yeah.
And that, for one, just confidence in that. Top 5 finishes multiple times throughout the season, and then you talk about What's pretty much the only person who was able to get consistent second places behind the AI bot known as Master A1. So it's very difficult to be that consistent in a game like this, Lyric, because you're facing against so many people. There's so many variables you have to take into account, the stances and everything else to make everybody else suffer when you're trying to win, and that's not easy to do consistently, and they're doing it all the time.
We're going to be talking about a little bit on the game on how we want to be targeting. Targeting is going to be really, really big here. Are we going for the person with the most KOs so far? Are we going a little bit random? We can really play for the chaos here. All I know is that those Jammer Pac-Man definitely can come in a slew when more than one person's targeting you. Regardless, though, we are still loading into our game right now. I'm loving the energy that we got going on here, too. We were getting prepped backstage as well, and one of our friends was like, yeah, I mean, the Pac-Man 99 competitive community, they really band together, and the competition is intense this year, so it's good to see it all kind of come together here at PAX Arena.
You can see the confidence is definitely there in the team captain, but I said a lot of stuff, but sometimes the best in the business don't even have to say anything. Lana Ray's words were very minimal, just look, we're going to be efficient, we're getting this done. So maybe that might play into it, they're very confident. However, you could see it, as you're seeing the crowd, everybody excited, everybody a part of the teams in the back, it's going to be a lot of fun. it's going to be also kind of hard to follow for some people at the start. So when you're taking a close look, everybody's going to be left alone for a while. You're not going to see much damage just being put. You're not going to see a lot of Jammer Pac-Mans, but as you were saying before, once they start going for things like the train stance, once they start going for the attack stance, you're going to see a lot more of them show up and a lot more Jammer Pac-Man that are going to get in the way. It all depends on how you maximize the amount of Pac dots you're consuming from each round, because remember, they are randomly generated between each round, so you have to sometimes hope that your path is just good enough for you on the next one.
And why don't we talk about that real quick? You guys are mentioning strategies, sending the Jammer Pac-Man out of here. So the random obviously just sends the Jammer at random to other players. The counter then sends the Jammer to people attacking you. So you talk about strategies and how that's going to work into some of our players and how they want to, you know, get involved with this trash talk. You got to put your money where your mouth is sometimes here. So I like the little dance of confidence. I like the head nods, but let's get started here. I know the game is among us.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's very important to remember, just because you don't get PAC-1 doesn't mean you're out of this. This is all based on points here. Trying to get the most amount of points. Like we said, 50 points here especially is a lot of points, going all the way down to 1. And especially in a team game, you definitely don't want to just be the lowest contributor.
Yes, it's not even just about the prize. This pride is on the line, too. You want to be the one to go ahead and stand up at the top saying you are the champion. Everybody's prepping. You can see they're all getting ready up there now. And like we said before, strategy is going to be key. Who's going to be the ones that decide to go aggressive at the start? Who are going to be the ones who decide to hold off, trying to build up those shield badges off the start? Well, we're going to find out right now, because we're going to begin the very first round here of the Pac-Man 99 Championships with everybody. As you can see, this is going to be quite an intense match.
I'm so excited here. We got our players up on the screen already. What's on the top left? We saw his family earlier on in the arena, but look how quick he already is clearing up the left side. He's got the ghost already out, and he lining them up to put a train on them.
I'm loving to see already, too, the strategy that most people took. A lot of people actually started in the bottom left corner, and I think a lot of the times when people normally play Pac-Man, they're like, let me just get all the dots out of the way, but sometimes you actually want to save that to send more Jammer Pac-Man to your opponents.
And if you're taking close attention at what they're doing, they're constantly switching between speed, building up that giant train of ghosts, and staying by that power pellet. So once that ghost gets over there, we're going to see a massive combo coming soon, and instead we're just going to reset the round. So building up those dots, that's going to be a huge amount of Jammer Pac-Man they're going to be sent out.
That's actually going to be crazy, too, because once those Jammer Pac-Man are set over, you could just not only line them up, but then kind of grief other people that are trying to do the same thing. I like the strategy here. Look at the line of the ghosts that have already been built up here from what's up.
All the way on the other side as well, but let's look at the stances, too. Going for speed and going for knockout as well, just trying to eliminate most people that are just kind of in your way right now. We're going to see the speed up, though. Let's see the strategy here. Vicky is kind of getting a little bit crazy on Cleo's board.
Yeah, breaking down the stances here, when it comes to speed, it doubles your speed, but it reduces your attack power by 75%, I believe. So it's a very defensive style of trying to play this out.
And another thing to pay attention to is you saw Cleo just ran through a bunch of the white Jammer Pac-Man before. They do slow you down, but it's not a huge problem. However, once you get that power pellet, and you can see they speed up here as the match goes, you need the power pellet to reset them. But once you see that red Jammer Pac-Man up there, it only goes away on the round reset. As you can see here again, the round 4 is where we have reached. It removes them. But that's pretty much all you can do. And once there's a bunch on screen, that's where people start to disappear.
I think this is definitely the advanced gameplay that we've been looking for when it comes to this game. I feel like a lot of people, they didn't know about waiting for the Jammer Pac-Man. Look of the train of just ghosts forming here. Going for the full combo, 49 ghosts there. That's a lot to be sending out.
A lot of Ray's got to be very careful here, Vicky. There were 3, but going to go for the round reset. Very smart, but there's already 2, and you're going to be right next to that Jammer Pac-Man. We got to get the reset, and we have to work on getting rid of these Pac dots ASAP, because it's going to take a little while before. That is now 4 red Jammer Pac-Mans, and instantly getting rid of a few, and only pauses it, but they don't go away until the round is reset.
This is the tricky part, too, because then you have to respect going in that direction. So close, but she was moving, going up to the other side, getting the train going on, and is going to be able to try to scoop that up, but you have to be careful. Gets a power pellet at the very end right there to navigate right through that red one.
And here we go. We're going to just take a couple of ghosts out of the train here to try and just maneuver here. Going to get more of the speed up. I love the way that we're just letting the pack train of the ghosts keep going and keep growing here. Let's see, Ajax, what do you got?
We're down to the final 18. We passed that 20 points, so now all of a sudden the rounds are starting to increase, and it's going to get stress-inducing. We're seeing a lot of people start to dip away now. 18 left. Round is available to reset pretty soon for Lana. There's no red jammers. There's no, well, I lied. There's not a lot of red jammers, so you had to go for that reset.
Remember right here, too, we just saw Cleo get eliminated at 20th. Here comes Lana Ray, though. She's creating that. Ooh, so close. That was crazy at the very end right there.
So close, too. Got all the movement tech, and now we're going to be sending it out. Still the speed up here. Lana Ray playing so masterfully right now. Look at all the jammer Pac-Man she is sending out to the entire crowd.
Messages being sent indeed. We got the remaining final 10, but that's going to be Lana Ray falling within that final 10. And there's a few who are still left. Of course, Uncle Slam performing very well. Judgment Day doing great over there too, but Judgment Day has a lot of red jammers. You have to go for that reset to get rid of those. It was not safe.
It's still tricky, too. You saw the red jammer originally on top of the fruit. He tried to go for it first here, too, as we make the swap over to Wutza, who's about to clear up this entire map area here, too. Important to notice, too, that Lana had the strategy set over to random, so that just sends a jammer at random, different players, and set them to the losing players.
You got to give Lana teams credit, though. I mean, still all of them placing within the top 10. Guaranteed this round, so far so good for Team Lana Ray, I think for sure.
Yeah, definitely building up a bunch of points. Like you said, it matters the most, and Wutza is still doing exactly that within the final 6. It's a very intense spot, even though Solid has a lot over there. The round reset is available. That is starting to increase. You must get rid of those. Taking a look down to MFG, also in a terrible spot. There is no round reset available yet, so you have to run right in the middle of all of them. Gonna have to activate that power pellet to stall them down. He has access to some shield hits, but it's not looking too good.
This is actually insane right here, too. Just dances right in between the red jammers real quick, make the swap up over to the other side. Look at Uncle Slam. He is slamming it all the way down south here. Going to be able to pick up that pellet, and he's got the power pellet over to the right. Nice patience right there to scoop the ghost.
Looking so close to on the verge of getting that first, but unfortunately going to run into the red jammer Pac-Man. I believe at second or third here. Uncle Slam, though, still chilling. Look at this strategy, guys, just going in between the lane and the little alley there.
This is pretty much exactly what we accepted. We talked about Wutza and Uncle Slam, the 2 top 5 finishes regularly, and look at exactly where they are. This is the final 2. Now to see which one of them is going to go down first. The bell is available to get that round reset. Now we got a lot of red jammers. I think he's going to do just fine. He's going to aim to get that power pellet to just stall out a little bit longer and get that reset, Vicky.
And look what he has is the strategy counter to sending the jammers to the people attacking him in this 1v1 that we have left right here right currently. Uncle Slam on the other side's got his set to speed. He is zooming right through everything. He zoomed right through the reset on the red jammers, and now he's going to be able to clear up the south side.
Got to be so careful if you're Uncle Slam here, but still going to even just poke the top right corner with tons of red jammer Pac-Man. That's so scary how they're just willing to face danger like that.
Very brave moment indeed. You have to go for the instant reset. There weren't any pack dots available, and the speed is starting to increase. He's at speed tier 6. Both of them pretty much are, but we are fast approaching the point where it's going to be a lot harder to get those resets to stop all of this barrage of attacks right now.
I think it's also important to talk about what's shield badges, that he's only got 2, so he hasn't hit the max yet, versus Slam, who actually has already hit 4 already, currently on the right side, as you can currently see right there. That does block up to 8 different jammers coming his way. You could steal the badges from the knocked out opponents here if he has that opportunity, but look how he's zooming right here. He's got the ghosts lined up ready with that power pellet to scoop them up.
Bluebird got to go fast, Lyric. It's not looking too comfortable, but there's plenty of power pellets still available, so you have at least 2 more. You have to bait those red jammers out of there, but the key has showed up so he can get that reset.
Yeah, absolutely. Reset he will find here. I just love the way that people just go for the weight there too, just so confident in their movement here, but still, once again, power pellet going to be able to alleviate some of the pressure off.
Love this here, too. The timer's running out. You wait for the power pellet. You get that scooped up. So now just a little bit to add on to that ghost train that you have building up. Look how patiently waiting for the ghost train to go all the way up, get the power pellet, and look at the amount of score that he's gotten.
Stared them all up in the corner and said, I'm good. I fear nothing. I'm fine. And gonna walk right in there again, but it's actually gonna be Wutza who walks out on top, gets the W, and that's gonna be your first PAC-1.
That was actually huge too. You can see how he scooped up the badges at the very end as well. He sent all those jammers right over to Uncle Slam, falling down in second place. What's up? We talked about this player earlier on in the pregame for a reason, and this is the reason why that this player has been so consistently in those 4 online tournaments that we saw earlier, starting in January.
Loving the just pure movement that we're seeing on both sides. What's up, AJ?
Y'all see that confident smile on our Ray just like, see, we were fine. You wanted to talk all that, but I got what's up. What are we worried about?
It's true.
So, that's first team win going to that side. However, like you said, it's point total. So it depends on how your entire team did. That is both Wutza and Uncle Slam getting that top 2. But how's everyone else looking?
Honestly, third place gets 15 points. Fourth and fifth get 12, and then 6 through 10 gets 6. And then from there on down, you're going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But obviously, 50 is where you want to be at, Ajax.
And that's going to matter a ton. Vicky, like you're saying, looking at this team board, we're getting the points up here right now. So game number 1 looks like it goes slightly in favor of Lana Ray, a 28-point difference between the two of those teams. That 50 matters a lot. Looms over it heavy, and then Cleo down there at 6. Hey, I'm just saying, Cleo got 6 and Lana got 7. So one of the two of them is backing it up a little more than the other right now.
One fell in 20th, the other one fell in 10th. We talked about it earlier when we saw it happen in real time there, but it's important. I mean, looking all the way down, what's on securing the first place spot, so you get those 50 points like Lyric was saying earlier. But what a great first game we've already had on our hands. It was pretty intense. I love the strategies when it comes to sending the jammers over to the other side. But we had some players opt for random. We had some players opt for countering the players that are attacking you personally. It's got that revenge tactic that I like.
I'm loving the way that we're rotating between going for random, going for counter stances, and all of that good stuff. The way that you have to play this game is so carefully, too, with the movement. We saw a lot of people waiting in corners for the right time to strike. And honestly, Ajax, I can only imagine how much more intense it's going to get.
Well, that's exactly what we're going to be looking at, because, reminder, it is not about the one game, it is about winning the set. This is only game number 1, so you have more opportunities to build those points. That first one taught you a lot. What's the tactics that worked for you? What didn't? How can you handle it better? Everybody played very well as you take a look at PAC-MAN himself over there on the side, cheering everybody on. Move out the way.
The baby is not a ghost.
Protect your baby.
PAC-MAN ready to make an appearance out here.
The nickname is now Blinky, but here we go. PAC-MAN walking on over as we get ready to get this next round started. It was a very intense match just before this, and I can only assume it's going to be just as intense as game number 2 has now begun.
Can we also break down how interesting it was also to see what's hold on to the fact that he only had 2 of those shield badges versus the max amount, which is 4 to block out the jammers, waiting to the last minute. Also very interesting to see the different pacing and decision-making that the players opt for. Aside from the movement that we saw waiting out on the power pellets, the build of that ghost train too, also really cool.
I like how Such is literally leaving the bottom right quadrant just open and available for the power pellets too. I feel like a lot of the times people just kind of sporadically go around their own stage, but now look at just the masterful placement, like we said, of those power pellets here. Ajax, I mean, we're starting to see a couple of eliminations here.
Yeah, it's going quickly. Again, you want to get rid of those CPUs as fast as possible, and something you're talking about with that with the bottom corner, you want to make sure you're maximizing as many pack dots as you can get early on, because the early rounds are what matter the most on building up your tactics for later. And we already see a couple people have moved into round 2. It is pretty much just MMG who is still sitting on round 1. We'll probably see that switch over right now as that happens. And what's up? Already pretty solidly getting rid of round 2.
I love it here. Just could get that reset after he gets all the points from the ghost train that he's built up. Look how he waits again patiently for the stack up, then gets the power pellet going on the other side. Is going to be able to just leave that power pellet alone on the left side to then scoop up the rest of this train.
I just have to talk about how Whatsa was like, yeah, sure, send the jammer PAC-MAN at me. I know the exact timing, and I'll just get around every obstacle you throw at me. As they're going into Speed 4 round 3, Ajax, I mean, time's a ticking here.
Yes, and also speaking of Speed 4 round 3 as well, taking a look at Judgment Day, who's also getting a big combo, going to clear out those white jammers, and that's pretty much a clear board. So getting a few more points as we have now approached that final 50.
Uncle Sam also has the counter set up, so he's going to be able to send more of those jammers over to the people that are trying to attack him instead. Look how he manages to move back and forth to finish up that one line. He's got to wait with that power pellet that he's got currently. The timer's about to run out. He's got the speed also active here.
I got to talk about Savix too. I mean, look at that. Already Speed 2 round 2, while everybody else is moving on to 4s and 3s, taking a little bit of a slower approach to the game here. Cleo, though, Speed 5 at this point, really just running through these ghosts.
Yeah, I think a part of that, maybe getting slowed down, kind of getting targeted often, because you can see, of course, the stances also change. Sometimes if you pick different stances, like the train stance, you're going to have more jammers set to yourself for each one that you send out. But it seems like Savix is going for a little bit of a slower route, except I think we might have caught it at the end. I think they ran right to a red jammer, so they might be out of this round.
Speed activated here. You're going to be able to get one more scooped up. And I like you're just letting the train just build up with the red jammers, though, still getting put on top of the board. You get that power pellet, you scoop up what you can on the right side. But look how many red jammers now that we're seeing from MMG and Mr. Mind that we saw previously.
You've seen the speed up, too. I feel like the stance of choice has been counter and speed practically the entire time. I feel like we're not really going for the really chaotic play. We're just going for what works.
Also, something I love about this game is the fact that you could change the UI based on what you prefer in the years of PAC-MAN. Because you saw everybody started with the classic one, but that one was a little bit more 3D-esque. I love the way that you can kind of change it up to play to what you like. Meanwhile, here is the champ himself. What's up? Already getting that round reset. That Ghost Train is going to put on a lot of points and also create a lot of jammers for people very soon.
Woof. Look at that lineup there, too. The red jammers are there and active. Gets the one scoop up after that one Ghost exits out of the den, and then manages to scoop up everything.
This personal. Do you see how many red jammers?
It's actually crazy. And even having to navigate right through it, waiting out for the Ghost to rotate on the other side, too.
But we just found out Lana, unfortunately, out at 13th, just missing top 10. And Cleo just getting the one-up on her. Just had to finish in 12th, right?
The two of them only care as long as they outplace each other. That's all that matters. So Cleo gets this round 1 point over Lana, but right now their team is holding it down. Judgment Day doing pretty solid. Here comes Uncle Slam, who has pretty much a clear board, Vicky.
Look how he's waiting here, too. Sees the opportunity right now. He's going to be able to scoop that up to make a bigger train with the Ghost. He's going to wait by the power pellet for the opportunity over on the other side. Now seeing the bigger board currently right here. Uncle Slam is about to go down here, scooping up everything. Look how many jammers he's got on his board.
Yeah, unfortunately for Such, out at 8th. Judgment Day out at 7th. So once again, we're seeing a lot of our competitors really place in this top 10. We just know how good they are, but my goodness, Uncle Slam just still showing how dominant they are.
Crazy. Judgment also going down in 7th here, too. You can see that on the little screen. See all the scoop up real quick. Judgment Day still going to try to put one on board, but Uncle Sam is still going to town. He's got the speed boost all the way up. He's going to be able to navigate right through those red jammers that got reset.
Yeah, we're approaching, again, we've reached that final 5 position now where everything starts getting a lot more intense. It seemed super stressful before. We see that Such, Judgment, Mr. Myman, Savage just went down at 5th, so Savage is now out of that final 5. Everybody was targeting him for so long, finally fell, but it is only 4 left. Uncle Slam is trying to make sure that he can get a good run back here, but MMG playing way better compared to last time as well. Still very much in it in round 10.
Look at the board placement on the power pellets too. Everything just leaving corner by corner, taking it a little bit slower, while we see Watsa still just going at the train just a little bit and then backing off when he doesn't feel too comfortable anymore. I mean, Ajax, now it's starting to get a little bit tight in this top 3.
We have MMG, Watsa, and Uncle Slam, so pretty much the podium finish is now going to be removed from MMG's position, falls at 3rd, and once again, as we all expected, the 2 consistent top 5 finishers throughout the season are once again here to battle it out for 1st and 2nd.
A difficult situation for MMG to be into. He was stuck between the Ghost and that red jammer there too. Now we see we see the consistency once again coming through. He's going to be able to scoop up the rest of these Ghosts right here. He also has those 2 shield badges there too to work with.
Oh my goodness, you have Ghost and Red Jammer PAC-MAN. Look at that, literally closed off on all sides to get out of there. Has to wait for the right time, but unfortunately you get sandwiched in the bottom left quadrant.
He was completely checkmated in that spot. He kept waiting, hoping that he would see one of them go the other way, and if he guessed right and he went high, he would have gotten out of there. But 1 for 1. First it was Watsa, this time it was Uncle Slam who gets game number 2.
The Slam buff with the Pac-Man mask. You know, you got to give it to him. He was waiting for it. And the hat. I mean, how fitting can this be here for Uncle Slam? He was so close last game. Now he takes it on top of Watsa in this second game out here. But our consistent top 3 that we're seeing has been that MMG, where he did a lot better this time around, Watsa, and Uncle Slam.
I just love the way that all of our competitors are always placing in the top 10. Just goes to show the level of competition that we have here, the Pac-Man 9-9 Challenge. As we're going to be bringing up the points to see how everybody else did that round, I'm interested to see if Cleo's team's going to be able to bring back some of that point deficit.
It's a little funny because I'm looking at the team captains underneath a few of the computers over there. That's all I'm saying. Definitely answer back. Look at how close some of these points were. So obviously the big ones being Watsa and Uncle Slam exchanging, so that nullifies that. So that's where the teammates now have to come in. You see Lana Ray and Cleo both won apart, but only got 6 points each. And then Judgment, actually pretty much everybody getting almost exactly the same positions except Savix and MMG really picking it up that last round. It's MMG who kind of makes that slight difference with those extra 3 points, getting that top 3 finish.
And that first place finish for Uncle Slam, getting those 50 points. Always lovely to see out here too. About a 9-point difference between these 2 teams after that second round. Oof, things are heating up right now because we still got those other 3 games to go.
Yeah, 3 games to go, and the points could go either way. I like how the point difference is basically just flip-flops between those, right?
Yeah.
60 to 80, and then both sides 60 to 80. Once again, our competitors are so good. Everybody's placing within the top 10. The strategies that we get to see that have been unfolding each time, waiting for specific moments, leaving quadrants untouched until you really feel like you can go there. It's some really next level gameplay.
And honestly, one of the most fun things about this too, because like all of the trash talk is great, all of the banter is great, but you don't want to see like a beatdown in one way or the other. You want to see a close set, and every single person has been picking it up, or at least staying consistent enough to allow those points to accumulate, and they're not letting anybody down. The team effort is working very solidly, but we're now approaching that third game, Vicky, where they need to pick it up a little bit more. You can't have this game be close. You have to be the one to overtake them if you want to be comfortable going into the rest of the set.
You know, I was going to ask you guys, seeing the differences in stances that we see from most of our competitors, the one thing that I am seeing as a consistent variable has been that speed stance that Lyric actually made a note of earlier on between speed and standard. Why do you guys think that is? Do you guys think right here between the way that the red jammers have been coming in and stuff like that for a lot of these competitors, we saw in 2 different instances in that last round where 2 of our competitors got sandwiched between a ghost and a red jammer?
So primarily early on, you're using speed stance because it only sends half, and nobody's really going to get knocked out that early. So you're trying to get as quick. You're trying to raise your overall speed stat. You want to get that higher as quickly as possible. But once you're off of that and you feel like you can make the big play, that's when you see some of them start to go actually with the train stance to make more show up. They take their own jammers as well. They do get more because of how many they're sending out. However, it's fine because you have yourself positioned already with the power pellets to go and reset them.
I think this is for the first time that we're seeing Uncle Slam. I like the way that we're starting off with the train first and then going for the speed just a little bit later. But here we go, back in game number 3 here. I like the way that everybody, once again, is just taking one quadrant at a time. Leo, though, going to go on ahead, get the power pellet, but still, let's see, honestly, how this game shakes up in the rubber game.
And even though this is the very beginning, it's been very important to note at the late game, at least with those shield badges, I must reiterate it again, because those shield badges do block the jammer Pac-Man from coming in their direction. We saw how detrimental that was already in the late to mid game in that last round here already. But Mr. Mine already looking to clear up this entire left side of this first round.
And Solid also moving their way into round 2 momentarily. A lot of people still in that first round, kind of taking their time, not taking a slow build, not going too crazy. Every time I see Savix on the screen, though, Savix has 10,000 jammers in there. So, again, everybody's just taking that personally. But I feel like the target of focus needs to be Uncle Sam and What's Up. But they just don't care. They know how to navigate around it so well. Already seeing Uncle Slam moving into that third round.
I love the way also that we're seeing a lot of people, like, eat half the train and then let it go, right? You want all of that artillery available for you to keep going and send more jammer Pac-Man to your opponent, but my goodness, Savix out at 70th? That's gotta hurt.
It's personal. I don't know what happened before. The Pac-Man has a vendetta with Savix right now. Savix is dropping all the way at 70th. That is a massive loss for them right there as he just finished that top 5 position just before that.
That's actually crazy. And I was wondering here too, with the amount of strategy that we have set up where we see random currently on What's Up, but I was wondering for our top leading competitors so far in the last 2 games that we've seen so far, counter sending the jammers to the people attacking you may definitely be that strat that you want because you know people are going to try to grief you so that way you don't make it into the late game as you already have.
Absolutely. I mean, I also have to talk about the point value that Savix is bringing to the team. It's only 2 points, and in these like 50 to 60 big point rounds at the end of each game, bringing 2 is not that great here, but still, once again, Mr. Mini just waiting out the Ghost Pac-Man, just chilling there.
This is one of those positions where you need to hope someone else falls soon, because otherwise that's going to be a lot of weight on your shoulders going into that final 10 position and the follow-up games on who can even break through. Right now we're seeing MMG getting covered by a bunch of red jammer Pac-Man, sneaking way through, not really worried too much about it. That was not comfortable enough to try and go after again. This round, of course, like we said, random generated. Sometimes you don't even have any pellets. So you just go ahead, you get your quick power pellets, kind of wait, just work towards that next speed stat, and then get that reset.
Goes right through the slow. Pac-Man right here, the jammers, now gets to scoop up everybody left up here in that train, all the way in the bottom left. Lana out in 32.
I feel like the placements are getting lower and lower each round. Both teams placing in the top 10 a little bit earlier. Now we're seeing 70th, 30th. Not that great here, but now let's see. We're about to head on into the next round. I mean, we're already almost at the top 10, Ajax.
Here's the thing with games like this. It's an endurance match. When you're trying to keep your stamina in check, that first game, you're doing great. It's the first time out. You knew what you had to do. You knew the strategy. And then all of a sudden you're playing the Battle Royale again multiple times in a row. How consistent can you be is the question. And so far we're seeing by round 3, maybe stage presence is starting to get to him, maybe the final moments. But Cleo out at 9th. MMG also falling at 8th.
Wow, this is actually crazy now. Our top 7 competitors left. We got those jammers up on the screen currently right now. As we see top 6 still up on board. The CPU's falling down in that top 8 spot. Going to be able to wait by the power pellet with the red jammers right there, though, too. You're going to be able to go on the other side. That was so nicely planned in terms of positioning, but the Ghost escaped him right through the red jammers, and now he has to reset on the other side.
Yeah, such an unfortunate thing, too, because that's such a giant train to be sending to somebody in the top 10. But here we go. What's going to be able to find a train of their own here. 1 power pellet, 2 off to the right. So this exactly isn't too dangerous when you really think about it, Ajax.
Exactly. Right now, we are in that 1 away from that final 5 position. And very clear mode, 7 speed stat is well available for Solid, so you have plenty of ways to get around a lot of this. Go ahead, get those pack dots as quickly as possible, because you're probably going to start getting targeted very soon.
The speed active here, going to train that into train as he's going to be able to scoop up the rest of the Pac-Man. You talk about the different layout too. I love seeing that little tidbit out here from one of our competitors. Going to be able to send the Jammer Pac-Man all the way over to the rest of our competitors that are left here on the screen.
This was a really smart move by Mr. Mini too, just getting rid of all of the Jammer Pac-Man and just going on to the next round here. Still just going to narrowly avoid, but unfortunately was stuck in the corner there. Let's see though, as such, going to be able to find the power pellet, and now we're going to be able to send more Jammer Pac-Man out.
Yeah, Mr. Mini was actually in a pretty stressful spot, and we left him off a little while ago. It's going to be Judgment who falls at 6, and of course Uncle Slam still very much in it. The final 5 have now reached this point. Not too surprising to see them. Of course, Mr. Mini, another person who has been able to get top 10 finishes throughout the season. We were talking a lot about the top 5, but you see that he's picking it up a ton here when they needed it most, and that's going to be Mr. Mini going down at 5th.
Yeah.
That was so crazy there too, because he was able to also obtain the badges from the fallen players that had gone down, and he was able to negate that from the red jammers that were on the stage. He had so many at the time. Now look at Solid. He is scooping them up.
Yeah, it's the first time we're actually seeing the switch of stance to stronger and random too. So now we're kind of moving around our strategy just a little bit more. Solid just going to stay in the right corner. My goodness, look at all those red jammers. Oh my
this
goodness.
Looks like, I don't know how you get out of this situation. This looks...
Right, it worked out instead. They were able to get that power pellets right there. She can be able, go ahead and build it up. Use that stronger to send a few more over. The next reset, though, that's a lot of jammers. You have to immediately get rid of that.
But the timing and the spacing too right there to place himself perfectly aligned to also pick up the key at the very end, scoop up the rest without the red jammers being a problem.
Big train now here too. Going to be sending it on over when you have only 4 people left. This is going to litter the field so much here. Got a couple of red jammers very elusively evading. Uncle Slam though, going to be able to save the power pellets. I think this is definitely where Uncle Slam's advantage definitely comes into place. Always knows the positioning on everything.
Big time agree on that. And also Such performing very well, consistently getting around like the top 20 range of the previous year. And Uncle Slam, just no fear whatsoever. And once again, I'm pretty sure What's is still on the other side. That's a lot of red jammers right now. You have to go and get rid of a lot of pellets. In order to get that reset, you cannot do it without getting rid of a certain amount. The badges are there, but a lot are finding their way. There goes Such. And once again, to nobody's surprise, actually it's just over. It's going to be What's and Uncle Slam finishing it out, and What's is going to get 2 of the Pac-1s.
Jeez, what a point disparaging here. So close every single time, but once again, we're seeing a couple dips in some players' performances. Like you said, Ajax, this is an endurance test for sure, as now we're going to be heading on into games 4 and 5.
This top 10 though, you know, we had a lot of our heavy-hitting competitors fall down really early compared to the other last 2 rounds that we saw. Now with this 3rd round concluding, kind of tying a bow on top to determine what's going to happen in the next 2 games. But What's Up, Slam, Such still remaining as consistent. We did see that slight difference between Uncle Slam's screen with all the red jammers versus What's Up, who had scooped up everything that was already there on the board. So that was pretty interesting.
I'm really curious as to how the points are going to look with that 70th place drop, though. I mean, we did see a 32 as well for Lana Reyes, so that's not a huge point differential, but the fact that there's that many, there's 2 of them that early where we saw every other game, they were all consistently getting around top 10, top 15-ish at minimum, but that was a very big drop in game 3. And as we all know, once you start getting to these points, you can't make that many more mistakes. There are no mistakes that can be had past this. So you only have 2 games left to try and make sure that you rebound from that.
You know, to follow up on that, I have to ask you guys think that these players are going to get a lot more greedy then, knowing what's at stake with the amount of points that are already on the board, maybe feeling a little bit of comfort maybe with some of these competitors?
Speaking about the points though, man, look at the big difference. Before it wasn't that kind of far away, but now we're looking at about a 40-point difference. That's big. I mean, Savix with the 2-point contribution to the team, while Whatsa getting 50 and the lowest amount of points on 4, but still, I mean, it could go either way, but blue team definitely starting to pull away just a little bit further.
And starting to remember in every odd game number 2 is that whoever won amongst those, like if they're going back and forth on the PAC-1s, that's another differential of that 25 points. This time it went to them. They got the 50 points back in the favor of Whatsa. So a little bit of a difference, but if Uncle Slam answers back, we don't see Savix fall that early, and we see a rebound where Savix went, like we saw before, got that top 5 finish to get those 12 points. You can definitely put yourself back into it, but you also need to heavily rely on some of that greed you mentioned before. You might have to start single out targeting people so you could hopefully knock out Lana Ray's team earlier.
You know, also talking about the competitors that did do very well this time around, that we saw them go down a little earlier than usual in that second round specifically, was talking about Such out here, actually. He was really putting himself on the board for that previous game. So I'm excited to see how that's going to happen with some of the other players that didn't have the best round for round 3.
Absolutely. And once again, I feel like the 40 seconds that it takes to launch into the game are so stressful. All the competitors' minds are racing as we're going to jump on into game number 4 here. Can Cleo's team bring it back? That's the big question.
I think they can. I think what we saw in the previous match on game 2 is that Uncle Sam's definitely able to, for one, always make it to the top 2 finish. So you know that you have that consistency. That's your ace of your staff. The rest of them are still performing well enough. They just need to step it up a little bit, and I would not be surprised again to see more of that early attack-based stance, to see some more stronger stance, see some more trained stance, to try and focus out and knock out people a little earlier, because I don't think they can afford to let Lana Ray's team kind of just chill.
See the slow down jammers coming out, waiting with that power pellet, just waiting for the opportunity to see that train just make their way right up to you. Picks that up anyways. Here to come to Lana with the reset on the cherry. Going to be able to scoop that up with some extra points, creating a nice train on the bottom.
I think this is the first time that we're actually seeing Lana in the knockout stance here too, so we're definitely wanting to get rid of all the CPUs much quicker here. The first 10 people are finally out, so now we're going to see more of that tactile gameplay come through, Ajax.
To be honest, it's kind of a strategy in and of itself too. If you've been struggling going a little bit longer, you take a couple of your players, have them go knockout, because that's going to focus down a lot of those CPUs that are in the way, like you said, and make it a little bit easier to play more to the human nature, because the CPUs provide that level of randomness. You don't know what's actually going to happen, but you could play to the human nature of somebody trying to go into counter stance to slow you down, which will allow you to build up bigger combos and then try to make a push.
Then we see the knockout activated here from Cleo, the sending the players on the verge of defeat with all those jammers set in their direction. Picks up that train real quick here too. Going to be able to build up another one on the side. He's got the power pellet just to wait by just in case.
Yeah, for sure. And now once again, I want to point out the speeds of each player as well. I think this time we're prioritizing speed and round for sure, as we're stacking on some of the shields too. We're going to potentially see a couple more red jammers come through right now. So let's see. We're going to get those out of there. And boom, there's a beautiful train for Uncle Slam to eat right up.
Big combo for Uncle Slam, sending a bunch of jammer Pac-Man somebody's way. We got Judgment Day also lining up a very large one here. Gonna probably go over there and get the reset on the power pellet just to make sure he gets a little bit more points. But instead, actually can't really fully commit to it. And putting himself right between, I think we're going to see a reset come through. But if there's any reds that are on the bottom, luckily there wasn't. That could have been pretty bad.
He had the power pellet right to the bottom right there too, just in case the reset happened right on top of him. He had that power pellet to make sure he scooped up all the points that he needed right there.
Yeah, looking so strong too. I cannot state how many times I've been stressed watching these competitors, and they just know that their power pellet is right in their corner, or they know the exact movement that they need to.
See the timer running out here too. Judgment Day has been able to scoop up so much over on the top left, but look at the red jammers that all appear on the screen.
Yeah, as you saw, as it switched it over to Such, gonna go get that reset, get rid of them, do not play around with that. We're seeing a lot of very aggressive gameplay, by the way. We're only in round 4. Most of the time we see a lot more aggressive gameplay. It's around round 6. We're going to get to round 5 now for Such. Lana Ray all the way on round 7 to start to build it up. Cleo is going to fall at 17.
It's going to be a good amount of points there. It is going to be about 5. So once again, kind of building up the pressure here right now as we're going to be stacking on. But Lana out at 11, just right underneath that top 10.
That's still pretty good, Vicky, because previously with that other fall that Lana had, going right outside of top 10 is really good to get a few more points. It's all about building up that massive lead you have right now, and it's pretty much kind of over if we see that final 2 go down again and What's Up comes out on top.
Especially that 40-point difference that we saw before jumping into this game alone, and Lana still being able to get those 6 points right there too alongside Cleo. See the red jammer trying to go in the direction of Mr. Mind, but pauses it at the perfect timing so that way he can escape over to the other side to pick up the ghost.
Absolutely. Look at all the red jammers now chasing.
Oh no.
My goodness, but I think you're in such a tough spot right now. Going to be able to evade so elusively if you're Mr. Mini. Unfortunately, though,
Mr. Mini turning in the wrong direction. They just got access to the reset. Could have gone down there to try and go for that, but got a little, maybe a misplay, maybe some greed to try and go get a little bit more. But Mr. Mini falls solid here in a perfectly fine position, has access to that Galaga at any point in time to go ahead and get that round reset, which we're going to see right now.
Yeah, looking good, of course, on Solid side as well. Look at this, quadrant by quadrant. Such out at 7th, and What's still hanging out. Round 9, speed 7. We're stacking up some speed, Vicky.
Yeah, we saw the train stance coming in earlier before making the swap over to the speed there, and that train stance makes the ghost multiply, but it spawns a Jammer PAC-Man on your board when you eat the ghost, so it's still a very risky style, which is why you usually see them swap up to the speed. But Uncle Sam is out in 5th.
Loss. Uncle Slam going down at 5th. That was pretty much their consistent placing, so it's on someone else on that team to make sure they either win it all or guarantee get that top 2. Currently, What's is kind of just chilling, and Savix, who's still in this, great rebound from that last 70th position, trying to get that top 2 finish.
I was loving that, Ajax. I was just about to bring that up. Playing so much better this game. Sometimes with the 9-9, it can get a little bit difficult to get around 99 players. But now still, Savix playing extremely well. But What's out at 4th, Vicky?
What's the change up between Uncle Slam and What's I mean, it's always back-to-back with those 2 competitors, but Savix, like you guys mentioned, we're making the comeback. Solid is out. Savix is still back in here, and he's going to try to scoop this up for the rest of Cleo Thomas's team.
What a potential great rebound. You're finishing top 2 guaranteed after getting 7th, and also both of the 2 dominant players getting knocked out before they had Judgment Day has quite a bit of pellets he has to get access to go ahead and get that reset. Doesn't look like he's going to be safely able to kind of bounce his way in there. I think we're going to start focusing on the bottom to hope to see it soon, but it's still not there.
It's looking so close here. Oh, unfortunately, no power pellet in sight. That is going to be Judgment Day going out at 2nd, excuse me, and Savix going to take the PAC-1.
That's so beautiful because that's top 2 going in favor for Cleo Thomas's team. 3rd place, you saw Solid right there. That's going to be for Lana Ray's team, but this has ended up shaking up the entire leaderboard because, you know, that 40-point gap, it seems big on paper, but that 1st place could make a load of a difference for your team.
You know, sometimes people are out there to please. Sometimes people like to throw for content. And Savix said, put respect back on my name. Because that 3rd round was not it. It was only a show to let you know that I'm going to win this next round. Going from 70th to 1st is such a great answer. That 2 points now equaling 50. Amazing job. And like you said, that top 2 going over to Cleo Thomas's team. That now completely shifts that gap from not only being behind, but now taking the lead here at 298 over 285.
It's going so close between both teams. We were like, all right, let's see the orange team bounce back, and boy, did they deliver. 100 points flat in round 4. And Vicky, we're going on to round 5. This is it.
Guys, this is a 13-point difference. Are you kidding me? Doubts the wire into our last round right now for our first matchup that we're seeing between these 2 teams. This is what I love. This is what I love to see out here. That was crazy. We had the back and forth originally, but Lana Ray's team had taken more dubs prior to that last game. Now with this change-up, though, this is why it's so close.
We mentioned it before. Being consistent in a Battle Royale style game is not easy. Being able to do that more than once is not easy. The fact that you have to do it 5 games back-to-back is very stress-inducing, and they're doing it well. Finally, we see the 2 dominant forces drop a little bit, showing that there's some humanity still available in there, and it actually allowed them to happen. But in 30 seconds, we're getting into Game 5, the last match of this round. Just these 2 teams to try and see who moves forward.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe that we have a whole nother match after this with 2 more teams and 5 more rounds. We can see how close it's getting on all sides of the coin here, Vicky. It's getting really intense.
I love it. I also love to see the different decision-making going into whether they want to counter these other players, sending jammers in their side, sending it randomly out. Because then again, the CPU factor, like what Ajax was mentioning, when it comes to the RNG that could come in your direction from the CPUs, play a bit of a curveball into your own gameplay, especially if you were the one leading the overall score, how you want to send out those jammers over to the people who are trying to attack you instead.
Exactly, and now we're going to begin that game number 5. The elusive championship round is right around the corner for one of these two teams. One of them gets to walk forward, the other one has to listen to them, yell at them the entire time, saying, "We're that much better." And honestly, that's really what I want to hear the most at the end of this.
Look at all the people who are countering Uncle Slim. All of those yellow lines, all the CPUs just have it out for them. Regardless, though, we are having a pretty tame and solid start round here. But now Vicky, honestly, things might be going a little bit wild with that giant train of ghosts.
Oh yeah, you saw the change up too between Hunter, Random, and Counter. I like this decision right here from Savix. He's gonna be able to scoop up all the ghosts and the train over to the right side. It takes over the slow jammers, but is gonna be able to pick up that power pellet in the top right corner before trying to go for a reset with that cherry.
And we're gonna see, can history repeat itself? Is consistency going to be the factor here? Can you make it happen twice? Right now, it's still early, so you can't tell too much, but MMG, after getting that top 5 decision before, number 3, didn't get that same one before. Can they do it? Can Savix also do it? Do we see the top 2 from before? Rebound, I think we will, but it's going to be stress-inducing down to the wire, because again, this is the one that determines it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that the 13-point difference can go either way. I mean, we saw 70th place. We've seen a ton of PAC-1s. It can go for sure any which way possible. But now here we go. Mr. Mini finding a nice train to send to all of his opponents.
With the speed active and the counter coming in to make sure that the people attacking him also have to deal with that themselves. Here comes Solid now, going to be able to clean up the left side while also holding on to that power pellet. He's going to be able to wait it out for that opportunity so that way he could thrive out here. Here comes the jammers to try to slow him down, but they're not going to slow him down anymore. That's why he was patiently waiting for that power pellet.
I'm loving just the blatant strategy, both of you. And like, I just love the way that people just are so confident and they just wait, even with tons of jammers just running at you, tons of ghosts. Does not matter. You just know exactly how to play your game.
Look at that with the counter, sending the jammers over to the other side. Look at this train that Judgment Day has been able to build up to. Even with the slow PAC-MAN, he's going to be able to go right through that red jammer originally, and he's going to be able to clean up this bottom left side.
Again, when you see all those white jammers and you get near a power pellet, that does get rid of them. It takes a round reset to get rid of the red one, but if you can play around it well, you can still build up your points, still get the pack dots, and be just fine. So sometimes it's okay to do like right now, wait them out. There's no reason to push. See what people are doing to you and see how they strike, because then you can determine, can I get greedy and get a few more points and be safe, or do I have to force this round reset?
What's here, just trying to go back and forth in and out of the train, has a power pellet available as well, so we're going to see a movement to the other side. A couple of red pack or jammer PAC-MAN, it doesn't matter at this point. We're just going to get rid of them. We'll take the speed, and it's look like we're just going with speed right now, Vicky.
Yeah, that was a reset too with the cherry originally, with those red jammers now on the top right. You got to worry about them on the bottom left where all the ghosts are. He can't really do much about this. This is so difficult to navigate through. You get the reset with the apple, and that was huge. Lana also out in 18th in this final round.
And we are actually approaching that top 10 pretty soon. We're down to 12. And again, this is where it matters the most. Every single person who falls early will be a big difference maker on who moves into the next round. There is no more mistakes. There is nothing else that can be done to try and keep it going. And right now, this is a very bad spot for Cleo. He got to go around it. He has to go through the center, but he's kind of buried between both. He needs to move to the other side, and that's not going to happen, as it's going to be Cleo who falls. And now we reach that top 10.
Where does he go? Where did he go? He couldn't go anywhere over there. The red jammers blocked every direction he could have possibly gone. Such an unfortunate situation. The same cannot be said, though, about Judgment Day, who's waiting with that power pellet. And look at the Prophet here. He's going to be able to clean up that entire train. Look how he's setting it all in the direction of that bottom right player.
Going all the way up and nabbing the fruit just in time to get rid of all of the PAC-MAN on the board here. Let's see, though. It's Solid out at 8th, which isn't terrible here. We got MMG out at 7th. Ajax, what's going on?
We have 5 left. We have 5 left. The 4 badges are now on Savix, who is once again showing that he could get the job done. Can you repeat it here, though? Now Mr. Mini falls at 6. There's our 6th place finish. When you are in this position, those white jammers add up. When you're trying to get away from the red jammers or any bad position, if you can't get to a power pellet, you're going to get stuck. What's is playing the game. He's just fine. He's going to go ahead and get that reset and wait it out. but we still haven't seen anybody fall since this 5th place finish.
Yeah, top 5 here. It's so close between all of our competitors. You can tell everybody just wanting to counter each other. It's so hard to even think about picking a stance right now. What's starting to build the train once again, just sending it out to all of his opponents. But Vicky, I mean, the Red Jammers were out there for a quick second. I'm sure we'll be seeing them again very soon.
Yeah, he reset it earlier on with that middle fruit originally. The timer running out here. He's got that power pellet over the other side. Judgment goes down here. It's going to be one of the other members of Cleo Thomas's team going down, but what's us still alive here for Lana Ray?
I think we're pretty much at that final position where we once again will see a bout between Uncle Slam, What's Up, but also Savage trying to get another W. That's a big combo point right there. We're going to go ahead and build this up. Gonna go ahead and also try to be a little bit slower to the reset, not really trying to do much. Again, when you see that that timer is going through as well, that's more times so you could get access to your power pellets, and that is a lot of Red Jammers not wasting any time. What's Up gonna go ahead and move us to round 12?
Yeah, absolutely. Just get the lose condition out of there, but here comes What's Up, just going to once again still stack on. We're at the final 3, guys. It's getting so close. Savix unfortunately out at 4th, and now everybody's flying around in round 12.
Uncle Slam's got a lot in his way, Vicky. This is not looking too comfortable, but he's been able to make his way through a lot of these positions before without too much fear. Now we got the reset. The ghosts are moving very fast now, and he's only got speed stance of 4, so it's going to be much harder to get around him. Meanwhile, we have that speed stance of 6 on What's Up, who is doing just fine getting away from them.
4 looks super quick, but meanwhile, here comes What's Up with speed 7 now, boosting that up right there, gets rid of the Red Jammer. He's going to be able to scoop that up on the right side. He's built up that train, but notice how he's going to wait for the opportunity to get even bigger, so that way he can avoid all those Red Jammers on his top left side of the screen.
Has a nice way to escape as well. A lot of the times when we've seen Red Jammers end the game, we've seen people kind of have nowhere to go, but look at the strategy on What's Up right now. Has the key to go and reset, and will do.
So when you were in that position, he was timing it out. He knew when it would end. He went up there and snagged that power pellet because that freezes the Red Jammers in place. So he knew he could get a few more points. And now we're down to the final finish of exactly who you expect. Uncle Slam, What's Up are the only 2 left here in the last round of just the first of the semifinals.
And Lyric mentioned it perfectly too. When it comes to an escape route from these Red Jammers, look at that. You got the power pellet and you got your way out. Now you're going to be able to navigate your way through the other right side of the stage, but you're stuck between the Ghost and the Red Jammer. What's Up comes in first place.
What's pretty much solidifying the deal here with three PAC-1 finishes for Team Lana Ray, and that, I think, might just end it all, because we talked about how there wasn't too much of a big point difference before. We're going to see it calculated out now, but that definitely just helped. It's going to be on those top 3 positions, actually pretty much the rest of the top 10, on who's a little bit higher to try and take it out.
My only concern here, though, Ajax, is looking at this top 5, the only one player in this top 5 that took first place, of course, so that 50 points is going to look nice, was What's Up from Lana Ray. Everybody else in this top 5 is on Cleo Thomas's team. Yeah. How does that fare with the points? What was it, like 13-point difference or so?
Yeah.
That we had originally before jumping into this last round? Is it enough is the question.
It's true. Just a combination and just a reminder. I mean, 2nd gets 25 points, 3rd gets 15, 4th and 5th gets 12, and 6th through 10 gets 6. Obviously, 50 is a little bit of a bigger number, but when your numbers come in of forces of more than one player, it's going to be a little bit sticky here. We'll see who wins it out in the points.
All right, the results are going to be coming in momentarily. It is definitely a bit stress-inducing to see who's going to be the one to take it. Like you said, those final finishes primarily going to Cleo's team make a huge difference, because even though What's Up ends up getting that 25, is it going to be enough of a difference? Because it's only that 25-point gap that will help them at all, but it's so close. I can't wait to see who won.
It's the 13-point difference at the end of game number 4 that was really so stressful going into the 5th, and now I feel like we got it going on the screen right now. Let's pan it on over to see who won, and it looks like by a 6-point difference, it will be Cleo Thomas taking it all.
Oh, talking all that on the stage paid off. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Look how close it was, even with that dub. But that's what happens when your top 5 comes in from basically your entire team.
Yes.
And that makes a huge difference, even despite the dub.
My eyes are laser focused on those 777s. Normally that's a jackpot, but not this time. You're not the winner. It's going to be Cleo Thomas's team, because they were able to get the 12, the 15, and that extra 12, making that big difference. If any one of them fall before Solid, Mr. Mini, MMG, that goes the Lana Ray. But instead, it's going to be Cleo Thomas's team who was behind most of that set. But they were able to get that. We're going to go ahead and toss it over to Ray Nessa to hear from the winning team themselves.
All right, that was an action-packed first series. I think Cleo is he's struggling up here a little bit. That was down to the wire, 40 points behind at one point.
Listen, that was an absolute nail-biter of the first round, and my team came through, and they made sure to come back. All right, Judgment Day was locked in, Savix was locked in, Such was locked in, Uncle Slam was locked in, and we were able to pull it out.
Wow. So you obviously are now headed into the grand finals, right? After you get a little bit of break, okay? What's the locker room talk? What's the team chat now to prep?
We got the momentum on our side. You know, we came from behind, so let's keep that energy up. Let's keep that momentum going, and let's go into this grand finals and bring home the PAC-1.
Bringing home the PAC-1. Cleo, I believe in you. I know that you're going to do that. I know that you want the trophy, the final prize, everything. So I'm going to let you go. Enjoy the victory with your team. Hype them up. Keep that momentum going. We're going to head to a break, and then we'll be right back with our next team.
So tell me more about this deluxe machine.
As the Deluxe is representative of a new line, we're really excited to kick it off with one of our most iconic flagship titles, PAC-MAN, which is the most iconic arcade cabinet of all time. It's something everyone loves, and we couldn't think of a better IP to put into our first machine.
How closely does this resemble the arcade machines we love and remember from back in the day?
So absolutely every machine we make is fully licensor approved with original artwork taken straight out of the past. So this is a completely authentic recreation with only improvements given, such as Wi-Fi support and a larger games list. And what's even cooler is, we've just launched our Arcade 1-Up companion app, and this seamlessly connects to that, along with all past Arcade 1-Up machines. My single favorite feature is actually the friends list. For the first time ever, you can message people, and you can develop a community to play multiplayer tournaments, have leaderboards, compete with people, even message your friends, I'm online, let's play a game. Also, you can track your game library to have a truly personalized experience. It's almost as if you're building a virtual arcade right on your phone with our machines.
What if I have no idea how to play any of these games?
Well, we have an amazing tips and tricks section actually written by our Arcade 1-Up staff that might give you a leg up over the competition.
The full remake of Pac-Man World is here! Pac-Man World Repack! Jump! And foot bounce! Rev roll! Even go for a swim! Throw Pac dots to attack enemies! Transform into Metal Pac-Man to become invincible! Go charge jumping as Mega Pac-Man. Use all your abilities through each stage of the adventure. Whoa, look out! Having trouble making your way through? Easy mode is here to help out. Oh, there's a switch here. Solve the puzzles and reach the goal. There's a boss waiting at the end of every area. Use all your skills to defeat the bosses that await you. Give it all you've got to take down each boss. Feed your appetite for adventure. Pac-Man World Repack. Available now.
ready to compete to see who's going to head into our grand finals. There's $5,000 on the line and your own arcade cabinet. Let's get our next captains out here. Their teams are ready. They're already cheering here over on the sides. So first up, we have D Pitty coming out onto the stage. All right, and then our next captain is 5UP. Head on out here. All right, you guys both have your teams. You both have your ghosts chosen. You're both ready to go, but your teams need to know that you believe in them and you're gonna fight to make it into the finals for that arcade cabinet. You're gonna be up first. Let us know. Let the crowd know. Let your team know. How are you bringing in this win today?
Oh, we're bringing it home easily. This is the team. This is the home game right now for us. This team has practiced so much. I have no doubt in my mind that we have this in the bag.
They say they have it in the bag. Practice is the key. D Pitty, don't let him get away with that.
It's not just practice. It's a physical thing. We had to prepare. We got a thing in the mind of Pac-Man. We actually ate a whole bunch of pellets ourselves to prepare. We ate a pellet breakfast. Ain't that right? You guys ready? We're hungry. We are hungry. So we prepared mentally and physically for this tournament.
So you even match. We even have someone in bright pink in the crowd. You know, clearly going to have to be on your team. They prepared. They ate pellets. They're dedicated. Are you that dedicated? What is your team going to do to show that you have this?
I mean, they ate food. Okay, cool, whatever. Like, that's not going to win them a tournament. I'm just saying, like, just play the game. This guy was asking for your advice earlier. I don't think he's confident at all.
Wow, question of confidence. Oh, you going to stand for that?
We were hungry, you know? So
you ate food?
Yeah, we ate food. We got the calories. We got the energy, right? We got to focus. Did you eat your breakfast? It's the most important meal of the day, bro.
You don't think I was up early practicing? This is why you're second place right now. You aren't in the game.
Oh, not even in the game. All right, practice versus food. We have a battle to head into the grand finals. Remember that the winner is going to take home an arcade cabinet. All right, I'm going to throw things to our casters, where I believe we even have a special caster up there. Captains, take your place. Casters, take it away.
You know, when we were going to talk about food, one team decided to cook Pac Tots. I did not know 5UP was going to cook P. Diddy. I did not know that's how this was going to work, because that's exactly how it's going. They may be hungry, but it seems like one of these feels a little bit more confident. And you have to have confidence. You have to have confidence to come up here, as we were training with myself and Vicky. But Vicky, we talked about the last match. Somebody was busy winning that last match, and that is Cleo Thomas showing himself out here on the desk.
How y'all doing, man? Thank you so much for having me up here. Big dubs on this side.
It's been really good. I'm actually so glad that we have you up here, because I was hearing the trash talk going down earlier, of course, friendly trash talk, but you know, you guys came out on top.
Yeah.
It was super close at the very end, though. We were wondering what was going to happen, because your players were out there. They were making sure that you guys were stacked up in that top 5 lineup at the very end of that game.
Yeah.
But you know, just to dive into what we could see here, how your experience went down and what we could expect now in this upcoming setup. We got D Pitty versus 5UP. I know you and 5UP, you know, have a little bit of some history if you want to touch up on that.
Yeah, me and 5UP have had a few, you know, back and forths online. You know, he's been streaming at the same time I was streaming. And, you know, our chats happen to get into it a little bit.
Okay.
But, you know, nothing like friendly competition. And what I love about 5UP is the kid can talk. I'll give him that. The kid can talk. If you got to be able, you got to have the gift of gab. He definitely got it with it. So I'm excited to be able to go back and forth with him again in the future sometime.
I think we kind of learned that a second ago. He definitely hammed it up a little bit.
Yep.
Did not back down.
Yeah, he did.
Not at all.
And,
Not at all.
one of those two teams has to be the one to get to you, like we just saw with that bracket there. You are sitting currently in the grand finals round. You already have that position. 6-point difference. There is something we always say to that. We take those. That's still your W, as close as that was. How you feeling about this, though? Being in that position before, having to keep your team composed, amping them up. How you feeling about what they have to do to get them ready for this next round?
No pressure at all. Listen, man, we got the momentum going into the grand finals, and I couldn't have chosen a better team to ride with me into this, okay? Savik, Such, Uncle Slam, Judgment Day, all we look at is the end goal.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. D-Pitty's team, 5UP's team out here. Little fun fact. Both these teams actually have these two individual players that are brothers in real life, by the way. That's going to be PAX-MAN and Dantastico. So D-Pitty versus 5UP going to be our next two teams that we're going to be seeing face off in that 5-round series.
Dantastico is a great name.
Oh,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna hand that up.
Dantastico.
Dantastico. As long as you don't drop it like Sevi, then I'm gonna just completely stop doing that. You got to build up with the hype. But it's that hype is building as we again are on this other side of the semifinal round. Only 3 teams remain. One of them has already been determined to move their way up to the top, as we were just talking about with you. These two have to be the ones to find their way to you. 5UP already feeling very confident. But it was only the captains who talked.
Yeah.
Vicky, you got a whole list of people and their stats and stuff too. How is it breaking down between these two teams?
So the 2 players in the individual teams that we're going to definitely have to have our eyes on is going to be Dash the Controller and J-Bob 007H. So these 2 players are pretty consistent in the 4 weeks leading up to this tournament for this finals. And I'm excited to see how it's going to fare up against each other now as we move on to a series that is going to have a lot on the line here to determine who's going to be playing against your team, Cleo.
Yeah, man. I'm excited to see who comes up there and who's going to step up to the plate. We're very confident. My guys are in the back right now getting massages, stretching their fingers, you know, inhale, exhale. It's going to be just fine.
Hey, wait a minute.
Where's ours, right? What the?
I ain't hear about no massage.
I'm going to be part of your team. Hold on.
I'm Cleo Thomas. That's what
when
I'm
the
here.
PAC-1 champions come through, we're going to make sure everybody's taken care of.
I know you were definitely eyeing those 1UP arcade cabinets. They're looking fantastic out here. That is going to be the prize at the end of this tournament. So, you know what? We got a lot in line here. Let's not waste any more time. We're already jumping into the first game.
Yeah, wasting no time whatsoever. We're going to start things off here, taking a look at Loop-de-Loop. And again, the early rounds are always the slow build-up. You're trying to get those speed tiers early. You're not really trying to go too crazy, which does allow you to also, if you choose, take different stances and be a little bit more passive and not be too reckless. However, we did see some people fall really early to being a little bit too passive. You can't wait too long before you start going for those round resets.
You already see the startup here from Loop-de-Loop. He's going to be able to scoop up. Just wait to use that power pellet, and great timing right there to get that one ghost. And on the other side, we got Dantastico. I know one of your favorite players to watch, you guys. And already almost clearing up this first board.
Yeah, man. Seeing Dantastico actually just hold here for a second, and then, he went for the power pellet. A strategy that was one of the very first strategies I even learned while playing Pac-Man 99. And you know what? Old Faithful does come in handy.
Exactly. And one of the things, too, is once you decide, like if you decide to go to a stance that has the jammers come to you, as we see Loop-de-Loop drop at 88. Woo. Okay, look, stage pressure can get to you sometimes, but who's throwing stuff at you? Did you go with counter stance? Did you want too much smoke to start things off? Because it sure seemed like you did.
It's a very good point, actually. We don't have that currently up right now to see what they're trying to throw at the other players currently, but then that also comes into play with the CPU that are also throwing things in your direction, too. You see the slowdown jammers coming in, but you got that power pellet ready to use, waiting for the opportunity, let them stack up into a train, and then you could go crazy at the very end.
That's the controller was just vibing in the corner. Saying, no, I'm good. Y'all can say all you want. I'm fine. But that's another thing, too. Those white jammers don't really do too much to you early. It's the red jammers you have to watch out for. So if you want to take your time, not utilize those power pellets early, Cleo, you always want to make sure that you're being very careful about when you decide to go for that reset, because if you leave packed outs on the board, you're going to be behind the speed tiers.
That happened to me in round 2, actually. I was too far away from a power pellet, and the next thing I know, I was fully cornered by all the jammer Pac-Man. I'll never forget that moment. That was it. That was the end of the life there for me. But I agree. I got to make sure to keep my eye on where the power pellets are at all times.
It's so important, too. I love how you mentioned that, because it was the red jammers that I believe blocked you in every angle on the top right screen.
You remember.
Yeah. Sorry to forget them. It's just it was one of those crazy moments where you see that having the red jammers while they're placed up and you get the power pellets to freeze them in place to actually manage to clean up that stacked up train that you currently saw on the bottom right side of the screen.
Yeah,
5UP actually out already. We were talking about him earlier on, but he's out. The rest of his team now have to hold up and hold the ground for the rest of here.
5UP out at 38th place. I'm just saying, ain't none of the other captains fall that early. That's all I'm saying. So, and D-Pitty. All right, look, it's all about once y'all hear the opposing captain drops, all of you just basically say, I'm done. I just needed to outplace him that round.
So I'm not going to lie. After I went out for the first couple of rounds and went way, way lower than the rank that I previously had thought I was going to have, I did just sit back. I sit back and focus. I'm like, okay, full belief in the team. Full belief in the team, and they got us to the finish line.
So you're saying, Lana got knocked out. I'm good. I did my job. All right, let me get out. But you were talking earlier about J-Bob, and J-Bob, again, already on round 5, speed tier 5. Recently getting 8th off of the January 28th event that they had. So consistent as another player who's in that top 10 range. And as we've seen from the top 10 players that have already stepped up to the plate, it is not an easy feat to be able to get that type of position regularly in this game.
Also, with those red jammers that he's got to work with, he's got a lot of red jammers already on the board. I'm trying to think about what his shield badges are looking like right here as Fantastico also out of here, unfortunately.
Cleo, we've approached that final 7. We're getting close to that top 5.
Yeah,
in these spots, what do you do mentally? Because there's a lot of combo points. You have the reset there. We also have a lot of red jammers. When is it the right time to finally make that move?
You just have to know. It's a feeling thing for sure. You can see here, you can see how the maze is getting played out, the fact that you've already taken up a lot of your power pellets, but it's trying to get all of the red jammers on one side of the actual map to then go in there and go grab the whole level reset.
And that's what we're seeing here too, keeping the red jammers on the very top, but the more that you eat these ghosts, the more of these jammers are going to eventually start appearing here too. He's scooping them all up real quick, managing to get some extra pellets on the bottom before having to go for a reset once that timer in the middle is off.
You got to be very careful about how you, like you said, this is a feels moment right here. You have to be very careful about when you decide to continue. Power pellets do freeze them, but now we have that round where there is no pellets anywhere. This is one of the worst times to have anything get in your way because you have to get to the pellets as quickly as possible to try and build up some defense, slow them down, and then get that reset. Hopefully you can get a nice trade here. We have only 6 left.
Dash is one of those players that we were looking at originally, and do you see the way he was able to move, keep all the red jammers on one side, and then scoop up the rest of the ghost train on the left side? That was actually beautiful before going for the reset in the middle.
It's really all about how you plot it out for sure. You're definitely trying to plan and know exactly where the ghosts are headed to, so that way you can like kind of corner out a moment for yourself to then go after a pellet or the level reset.
We'll see if anybody corners himself right now, because right now you have to go get to that power pellet. You do have the Galaga, so you have plenty of time. You're going to go get some points on the board. Probably pick up the Galaga in a moment to get us to round 11. Speed tier 8 at that. It is J-Bob 007, like you said. Definitely one of the people we expected. Dashing controller still in here. And we are now down to the final 3 of game number 1.
Man, the timing too. The moment you get the reset, the red pellets are not there anymore, but he gets down here. Now we got our top 3.
Yeah, Dash controller going out at 4th place, so that's another big drop right there. Meanwhile, J-Bob is in a weird position. He does get the bell, so he's going to be able to get that reset.
Look at the focus in J-Bob's eyes. That man hasn't blinked once. The focus.
Eye drops ASAP, please. Okay, there's at least one blink. He is human, but we're going to see that reset come through. He ended up getting that underneath the ghost train, so I don't know if that was intentional or not, but speed tier 4 now. Again, that comes from stance changes. It will lower your speed tier. Only 2 for TK, though. That is a really bad position to be in the top 2 when you only have you and J-Bob left.
Talk about the speed and what to work with, especially on the round that you're on. Oh my goodness, he is running away from those red jammers. He activates a super pellet. He jukes them off in the process, and now he has another super pellet, but where does he go? He's stuck. He's stuck.
He literally has to hope that they move, and he was hoping it would move in the other direction, but he was cornered, and TK, even with that low speed tier, still was able to come out on top. Very similar position that happened to you, Cleo. There was nowhere he could go.
Nothing you can do. Absolutely nothing you can do. You're cornered, and you just have to embrace the inevitable.
That was your PTSD moment right there. You're like, you know what? This literally is what happened to me earlier. That's what you were mentioning at the very beginning when it comes to those red jammers, depending on their positioning there too. Really, the Hail Mary in that situation would have been if the jammer was going to go in the opposite direction, but that was not going to happen. TK, though, I want to talk about TK. This is a nice little comeback story because earlier on, looking at our competitors that were able to make it out here to the finals, TK was one of those players that was performing but wasn't in that top 3, top 4 until the final week of qualifications to make it out here. I believe he got top 3 in that moment. Prior to that, he was getting like top 10, like 8th, 9th or so, but he was out here in that final week, and now he takes game number 1 in this setup.
Yeah, consistently top 10 positions for sure, and again, that's really hard to do in this game. So the fact that TK was able to get that amongst this really stacked level of competition and then do it again here, when he was definitely not in the most prime position. We talked about it before, he had speed tier of 2. When you're on those later rounds, round 15, you got a speed tier of 2, and you got 10 jammers coming at you, you can't get away from them, let alone the ghosts.
Yeah.
But one crucial judgment error from J-Bob, decided to blink finally and put himself in the corner and ended up losing the game.
Good rounds for everyone. I guess that very first one coming out, everyone can kind of see where everyone is at, especially with their teammates if they haven't had the chance to actually see them play before. But as we see, we got the rankings now. We got the leaderboards up.
Ooh, this is super important, too, because if we take a look at 5UP's team in general, those top 3 players were all on the same team, and that is the difference in points. Look at this gigantic lead that we already have after game 1.
Their stomach full? The whole point of the game is to eat the pack dots. They ate them all before the game started, and they didn't eat enough here. It's 106-32. Now, you were in a much closer position, we'll say, in your rounds. You as the team captain, what are you saying to your team here to try and amp them up? There are still 4 rounds to play. What is it you're trying to get in their mental to let them know that we still have a chance?
You inhale, you exhale, let's focus. You guys made it here for a reason. You guys are some of the very best in the world. So be able to just refocus, get your hands on the controller, and get to win.
Love to see it out here. Still looking at the fact that we have such a big difference in points for that first game alone. What do you do to reel back from that going on to the next 4 games that we have on our hand? I mean, it was back and forth when we originally saw Cleo's team go up against Lana Ray's, but now we actually have this big gap already built up. So do you take riskier plays, try to get ahead of yourself out here? That's the question.
I think in game 2, no, because you have 5 games to play. The key right now is actually don't panic. Because if you do, you start having those really early drops. Maybe start taking different stances. Maybe don't try to be playing counter stance the entire time because you might have gotten a lot of stuff thrown back at you. And that's going to put a lot of focus on you. So focus on building up the speed tier. You're going to need that for safety later. If you made a mistake, it's okay. What happened when Savo did it before? 70th to first place. You're here for a reason. You can make that comeback. If it happens twice, panic. Everybody freak out. Everybody start everybody start running around because things are going to get bad. But game 2, it is not the time to do it yet.
No, not at all.
You know, we were talking about different strategies and stances. J-Bob is out here. J-Bob is ready to go again. We are just waiting up before we load into round number 2. But talking about the power-up stances, talking about the strategies that we have, we didn't see it currently on the stream, but we did see what direction the blockers were going into. And it was interesting to see how that worked into what we had seen, either from J-Bob being surrounded by the red jammers or having to deal with the reset, but you're being stuck in one corner because, like, you know, Cleo was talking about, you want to make sure that you have those red jammers at one particular side of that map so that way you can have the ability to line up the ghost on another side and then be able to scoop up those extra points without putting yourself at risk.
Absolutely. Even taking the tunnel to come out to the other side, man. Like, if you are just close enough to be able to hit at the right angle, keep that speed going, the momentum will take you hopefully right down either to the power pellet or the level reset.
That's actually something TK was doing very efficiently as well. You're talking about that side movement. When you constantly shift between both sides, the Pac-Man AI ghosts move where they're going after you because you are now on the opposite side of the map. So they might try to chase you into it, which makes it easier for you to get that quick lineup, shorter frames because you're not seeing that animation and it's just constantly going through. It's a tactic you don't think about at first, but anything, it's same as like speedrunning. You have to get every bit of time shave you can in a game like this because things could go haywire very fast.
Yeah, man. You got to get the drift up. Get ready to drift on every corner, on every turn.
And even though the power pellets do help prevent the jammers for kind of jamming you and putting you in the middle of everything, the best way to clear them out is obviously by clearing out that round originally. And to get the fruit in the middle, you need to be able to get enough pellets to be able to get that up here. But let's get started already here, guys. Round number 2 for our competitors. And I'm excited to see how this is going to go, especially after seeing that point differentiation.
Yes, now for Cleo. This is the early round, so we have a little bit of time to kind of build things up here. What was it that kind of brought you into the fold of doing this in the first place? And what kind of brought your team together to feel like you could coordinate to try and get this W here today?
So I grew up playing Pac-Man, man. It was one of my family's favorite games, actually. And my parents, I'll never forget the very first time they took me to an arcade and I heard that theme song. And it's forever been stuck in all of our heads ever since. It's an iconic character who has had the opportunity to reinvent himself in so many different ways. And being here today at PAX East, man, getting a chance to be a part of this tournament is just one of those things. It's a checklist moment for me. Something I never thought I'd be able to do.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's one of the best things about this whole thing. I mean, we're seeing everybody right on the other side of this screen as we're going through these rounds, taking pictures of Pac-Man, flexing over there. We see you. Yeah, we can take a look at everybody. It's great to see all the families together and having some fun as this plays out. The only people who are not having as much fun and are stressed is everybody who's out there. Loop-de-loop especially, because Loop-de-loop fell very early last round. You have to rebound after that. You have to be able to kind of answer back for your team.
And I already like his decision making. At the very beginning, we actually saw that there was the slow jammers off to the top right screen covering the power pellet. Instead of prioritizing the ghost train that he built up on the left side of the screen, he said, I have the opportunity now to get rid of these slow jammers, get the power pellet, and then clean up the rest of the ghost train that was already going to come in my direction anyway. So I like the thought process that's already been played out here from Loop-de-Loop.
And you can see he's actually on that train stand too. He was trying to build up the ghost combos early. It's early rounds. It's fine. It's only going to be white jammers. It's not really going to do much to you as long as you position yourself next to those power pellets. However, we're in round 2, and all of a sudden there are some red jammers that are finding their way to you already.
Yeah.
So somebody might be focusing on that. And remember, if you're a knockout, it's going to go towards you if you're on a lower position. It's going to aim for those who are closer to the feet. As already Loop-de-Loop is looking at a bunch.
And already gets the reset too after getting that pellet, one of the last pellets over here on the top right screen, and also gets the reset on the fruit in the middle, gets the power pellet on the bottom left, and it's about clearing out these different corners in a timely way to also avoid those red jammers like we keep talking about, which forces you in a set of position where it kind of corners you here too. But that's why he's been leaving the power pellets there right next to the red jammers, so that way if he wants to get across from them or he wants to avoid them, he has a power pellet right there as that insurance policy.
I tell you what, when you're up there on that stage, man, and you see those red jammers go into your maze, you do have a moment. You do take a quick breath. You take a quick breath because everything you just planned, everything you was doing, and then you see red, and you're like, okay, well, time to switch everything up.
Stage fright is a thing. Like when you have the crowd start to form, as it continues to grow here right now, you have to not only stay focused on the game, as we see Craig starting to build up a lot of points here, but you also have to know when's the right time to back off, like he just did. He was between 2 red jammers. Is it worth it? You don't have a power pellet to stop them and pause them. If you try to overextend there, you might end up accidentally dropping early.
I'm so glad you pointed that out too, because I was wondering here, the thought process whether he wants to finish that train off, but with the red pellets there, it was risky, or just go for the round reset anyways and go on to the next round.
He went ahead with the round reset. As we see now, he's got no pellets out there at all, just the power pellets. And like you mentioned, this is one of those very, very hard mazes to get through because you got nothing else to either let go from or to.
I actually like what Craig just did too. Waited a second, let the white jammers get to him. Didn't end up using the power pellet at all. And Deep Pity actually just falling. So better performance this time too, just outside of top 10. But speaking of that top 10, we are now down to the final 9 of here in game 2.
Yeah, Deep Pity going down at 11th. You always love to see that, but that's a situation where you have nowhere else to go. The red jammers blocked every situation that you could have tried to navigate through here. J-Bob, 007 still alive, still as ready as ever, as Dantastico is out.
That's okay, 5-Up. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. There was no red.
The storyline still played out though, because it took until Deep Pity fell for 5-Up to go, I'm done. That's it.
Still valid.
Great job by Craig. There was a lot of red jammers that were in the way. Not only got rid of that, but got a good combo at the end. Removes the white jammers right away, and there's not too bad of a position here to sneak out quite a few pack dots. And as we see, he was able to get enough to get that reset.
And he also got the reset immediately again with the power pellet over on the right side to keep the red jammers at bay, so that way he could create his own path, so that way he can navigate through the ghost terrain that he already built up.
So we got Captain, we got Craig still in the building, man. Both teams still have a very good chance at going ahead and taking this dub. I'm very curious to see if we're going to either see a back-to-back win, or will we see the other team come out on top?
It's a possibility. Oh my God, just navigating just through, using those shield hits to kind of maybe just sneak right through. But that is a not great position, as J-Bob, it looks like, might have actually fell. So that's a huge win for the opposing team. Only 6 people left in this game, and this is significantly closer than the last round.
Yes. Believe me, I'm as you mentioned, PTSD is still there. It's still there. I'm still trying to get all right.
Losing out on another competitor. That was TK, our winner from round number 1, out in 5th. What's crazy is that Loop-de-Loop, the new strats are working out here. Do you guys see what he's doing on the top left?
There's a reason that we focused on Loop-de-Loop for so long. Fell the earliest, so apparently if you fall really early, you might win the next round. Loop-de-Loop is already here at the final 4. Dash the controller, also answering back as well, because he fell a little bit earlier than we expected in the previous round too. Round 11, 4 left. Those red jammers are moving fast. You better get those pack dots ASAP, because otherwise you're going to be having a bad time. You need that reset. And he gets the RNG needed. They moved away. Is that enough to get the reset? No, he's got to go high.
Oh no, he was trapped by the tunnel that you were talking about.
Yes.
If you could time it right, you could get right through it.
Yeah, man, that's what we're talking about. When those red jammers are there, you gotta keep an eye on everything moving and try to get them all into one corner. It's beautiful to see Loop-de-Loop still in. So he adapted, as we see. He went down early first time, came back, adapted, and he's going Top three. Top three. Here
Plenty
we go.
of time still get it done. That is a massive amount of ghost train that we see over on the other side there. Right now we're going to go back to PAX-MAN, who's also answering back from that last round too. Final 3 left, final 2 left. Somebody just fell. Loop-de-Loop is going to fall at third, so now it's only Craig and PAX-MAN left.
Which is huge here because both of these players are from 5UP's team, so all the additional points that they could work with since Loop-de-Loop was the last member on D-Pitty's team. Oh man, scoops up the rest of the badges, and we got our winner being PAX-MAN 78 coming out on top, right on top of Craig, who gets that second place finish.
Interesting thing with that too, if it's the last 2 of you that are left, you can just end it right there.
Just end it.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go with pride, like, no, I wanted the one out. See, I had the most KOs on the screen at the end. Now, even though we lost, it wasn't my fault. But instead, they got the job done, and that's 75 more points going to 5UP's team.
Okay, 5UP and his team definitely came to dominate. I understand. I get it. I think all the back talk between me and him online, I think that definitely made him bring his A game, and his team step up and bring their A game too.
And the A game right there. Look at PAC-MAN over there by the arcade machines themselves, just vibing with the crowd, having a good time. The crowd recognizing it now. PAC-MAN having a great time. As you're saying before, you wanted to get a picture with them. There's been plenty that have been going on.
Yeah. I definitely need a picture of PAC-MAN. I want to see the height difference. I feel like PAC-MAN and I are the same height, actually. And even with the boots, he gives him a little bit of that elevation. Oh, look how he does a little dance and a little waka waka. Oh, my goodness. Going back and forth. I absolutely love this.
I love this. Actually, we're just letting him vibe at the moment. Trying to hug the camera. Just let him get the camera. Just let him have it. Actually, he might eat the camera. Maybe not. Don't let him eat the camera. No. So, everybody enjoying a great time with PAC-MAN over there in the front, as well as by the booths. Again, if you want to go ahead and check out the games themselves, there is the PAC-MAN arcades that are set up right in front of us. Big thanks, of course, to Arcade One Up for that in the first place, and also the reason why there's a prize on the line.
That's right.
For y'all to be playing for.
That's right. We got a custom cabinet on the line today for whoever comes out with this dub, and I wonder if I can get a chance to customize it completely for myself. But here we go, the leaderboard.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
All right, let's get up, stretch time, and work off those pack dots from earlier because you need to refill that stomach and get hungry because you're currently behind 202 to 84.
Remember when you were saying, Ajax, we got to keep calm going into the second round, but if that doesn't work, then you start freaking out? All right, I think this is the moment where you start freaking out a little bit.
Big red button, gotta go. Everybody, start targeting everyone on their team. Go aggressive. So now, floor back to you, obviously, team captain. And this is also, you're leading up into one of these teams to play. Currently, at this position, 2 games up, it's 5UP's team. Again, in this spot, if you were here, what are you doing to try and get your team amped up? 3 rounds left to go.
Game not finished. Game not finished. Game not finished. The fat lady has not sung. They are not singing our tolls and getting ready to just go ahead and pack it up. No. Game not finished. You could see a team come back and win 3 straight right here, right now. Greatest comeback story in PAC-1 history. It would top my team. I'll give them that. It would top my team's comeback story, but they might have the chance to it.
Talk about comeback story. That's what we literally just saw from Loop-de-Loop when you take a look at D-Pitty's team. He went from getting 1 point in round 1 to getting, 15 points out there? So, you know what? It's still very doable here, especially for our competitors that want to reel back, figure out what they got to do differently going into these next 3 games.
Yeah, going from 1 point to the podium is quite the story. And that, like you said, you look at all the best sets in history, and sometimes it goes down to that game 5, that game 7, and it's the final finish to see who's going to come out on top. So you're down 2, backs against the wall. Does not mean that it is over. You can still do it. You just have to recoup. Don't let the stress of being behind get to you. Just stay focused. It's a new game.
That's right. Be confident in yourself. Be confident in your skills. Be confident in your teammates. These are some of the very best PAC-MAN 99 players in the world up here on this stage. So getting a chance to sit right by one, hey, ask them, what do you think I should have did here? Get that advice. Get ready for the next one.
I love that advice. I love hearing you say that because it's so true. You have some of the best players out here for PAC-MAN 99, and the community is so diverse. Learning more about the community and the players and their background is always so interesting, especially when it comes down to the mindset they want to come into this tournament.
That's right.
I mean, you got that beautiful custom arcade cabinet on the line out here. And starting off with PAX-MAN, you see already with the strategy, leaving the power pellets in the corners, waiting for that opportunity while the slowdown jammers are right there. But again, like what Ajax was saying, it is early game, so it's fine.
And something to remember as well. I'm glad we actually kind of alluded to this side. in the history of competition, anybody could be the best on any given day. You could pick it up. PAX-MAN had a slow first game. Loop-de-Loop had a slow first game. They both picked it up incredibly game 2. And every single person is beatable. It's just another person with a controller in their hand. Doesn't matter what history they have, they can be surpassed. You just have to make sure that you are the one with that attitude so you could be the next winner.
That's right. Stay confident. Stay confident. You know why you're here. You know your skills got you here. Believe in them. You didn't just all of a sudden pick up this controller and start playing this today. No, no, no. You are one of the very best.
Love how you talk about that. Love how we get to see PAX-MAN starting off strong already, kind of giving us a loop-de-loop effect, especially with the way that loop-de-loop opened up in that last round. Gets that power pellet, cleans up on that one ghost. He already has that cherry right there if he wants to go for a reset, seeing that there's only a few little bits of pellets on the top right, but every point counts in this early round.
It's very wild seeing PAX-MAN's strategy. I think he left all the power pellets out there. I have never, ever done that strategy. On the very first run, the very first level, I've never done that. Never done that. I'm going to have to pick that up. I'm going to have to take that.
Very interesting tactic because, again, it's all about like the slow building, getting your speed tiers up throughout it. And if you're constantly picking up power pellets, it actually kind of reduces your ability to build up early combos. You just want to get those ghosts. Use one. If you can build up the points and move to the next round and keep building up that speed tier, that could be more important than the time that you're spending on going to collect every single piece on that map.
Noted. Noted. Let me go ahead and put that in my notebook. All right.
Oh my goodness, can we talk about D-Pity out here already on round 6 with 3 speed? He's looking to clean up what happened in the last 2 games out here. Did a lot better though in that last game, so the comeback is real.
Now the thing with doing this is if people start to target you for going very early, you're going to have to play around that. We're already seeing D-Pity getting quite a few red jammers early on. If you're able to play around that, great. But so far, a lot of people seem to be targeting and focusing on. As you can see, a lot of the arrows are pointed his way. And he already in round 7, especially after those previous games, he's trying to one-up his gameplay.
Yes, he's trying to focus in on it, man. Whatever strategy he came up with going into this round, he wanted to make sure to stick to. So we're going to see how it plays out for him.
What I would do if I were him is I would set up the counter and make sure all these jammers jam the other people who are trying to target me instead. That's how it goes. So we don't really see what's going on that right side of the screen here. That's something that we could think about when it comes to trying to attack an opponent who's very far up ahead in rounds. Speaking of that, though, 5UP is out here. He's got that 5 speed. He's already here on this round 5. He could go in for the next round if he wanted to, but he wants to make sure to clean up this ghost train before he does that.
I'm actually kind of a fan of that strategy, too, because when you go with that counterplay gameplay, you're basically saying, oh, you want the smoke? Let's talk about it. Let's do this. And but D-Pity, after all of that, ends up going down to 17th. I think some of that might have came from that focus and that really early gameplay, Cleo. Now we're reaching that final 10 once again.
Yeah, here we go. So he's going to have to rely on his team. He's going to have to believe in their skills, and I know they're confident that they can make sure to try to pull this out. Got 10 left.
10 left, and you got the train going on the right side, but look at all of those red jammers on your bottom right-hand screen, and
this is risky.
The timer's running out right here. You talk about risky, and he managed to reset final time. What is the timing of that?
For a second, so I didn't know if Dash was actually going to commit to going and extending that combo, because if you did, the red jammer was going to creep underneath, but of course, he's a consistent top 10 placing player for good reason, knew that was not worth it in the moment. Sometimes it's okay to just leave it alone, back off, reset, get the next round.
I'm talking about 5UP out here as well, still sticking through. Got the 6 speed.
He doesn't have a single red jammer on his board.
Insane.
How is this possible?
Insane, actually.
How is this possible?
I feel like you're doing that call-out thing, like, hey, you see this here?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Everybody in the house, go get them.
All's fair in love and war, but it's competition today.
Attack TK, going to fall again. This time, I believe at 8th, so not going to be able to repeat that one-up that he got earlier. This has kind of been going other ways for many people. That's a lot of ghosts that's going to be caught. Going to go ahead and get that round reset. We're now on round 8 for Craig, who is yet another top finisher.
And he's still looking to continue on that domination. Meanwhile, J-Bob out here, look at him. He's got the gamer stance going on. He's kind of leaning over to the left and right side after he tries to navigate his way through that train. But notice what he does here with the top right power pellet. Seeing all the jammers on the top left means that he wanted to prioritize that power pellet because it would have been very difficult for him otherwise to get that power pellet if he didn't get it originally there.
Got Captain going and eliminated, and yes, that strategy for sure is something I'm going to go ahead and write down in my little notebook because seeing it play out exactly from someone like him who's one of the best in the world definitely is something you can use as an example.
Yeah, this is the best seat in the house to be able to get all the strategies and steal all the strategies too. And
why do you think I came up here for commentary?
if somebody's doing it better, use it. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep doing it. Right now, Dendastigo taking a pretty
brave route, but was able to get under there and get that power pellet. Again, that does freeze the red jammers, gives them enough time. We have a round where there is no pellets out, so it's a free round. 5 up, though, just barely missing that top 5 finish.
Still getting top 6. That's a beautiful look. Craig, though, goes down. The red jammer to his left, the ghost over to his right. When he tried to sneak his way past them, didn't have the speed just to be able to kind of skate by there. Now we got our top 4 finishers. Dash out here as well, going to be able to navigate through the red power pellet, rather that power pellet, over to the left-hand side before he gets that reset on the round.
Dash is in there. PAC-MAN is still locked in with so many red and there he is.
Yeah, PAC-MAN trying to sneak his way around and wasn't able to sneak through, so we have 2 left. J-Bob going out at 4th, PAC-MAN going out at 3rd. We are left with Dash and Dantastico, who is currently still completely free from any of these red jammers, but look at this. That's going to change soon.
Look at the speed. What? This is actually crazy. He went all the way down to the 0 speed. Dash wins, but I was going to say either way, Dantastico and Dash, part of D-Pitty's team, this is the comeback of the century that they needed.
There it is. There it is. We called it. We called it. All you got to do is stay confident. Stay confident. And here we go. They got a point on the board.
Remember, history is told by the victors, and if they're able to get this reverse 3-0 to bring it back, those first 2 didn't matter because you weren't able to finish the job. And like you just said, Vicky, getting 75 points out of that, not even talking about the rest of it. 5 up did very well, but D-Pitty, even with that 17th-ish place, that was still a solid amount of points for the captain, but the rest of the team really picked it up after that early drop.
Definitely agree there. Although from 3rd all the way down to 6th place is my only concern out here, because even 5 up having a really good game means that despite that huge gap difference that they've already built up in the first 2 games, and even Dantastico and Dash taking 1st and 2nd, is that going to be enough to at least make it more doable for the following round that we have coming up? Because looking at what we got here, J-Bob, Craig, 5 up, they still were up there. Captain Mango on the other side, obviously from D-Pitty, was on the other team there, but he did manage to get over to 7th place.
And also, make sure you go ahead and take a look at the exclusive merch that you can see we're wearing right now. Go ahead and get that Ghost Collection,
It's
get
beautiful.
the shirt. All the Pac-Man apparel collectors are exclusive right at the Bandai Namco store, which you can order right now, www.store.bandaiNamco.com. And make sure you check out some of the booths. Okay, wait a minute, wait. I need that jacket. Wait a minute. All right, so all of the hyper-selling stuff, all the apparel, I want that jacket. Who do I need to talk about for that jacket? I need that.
That is a really nice jacket. I like the middle flap too, with the pellets into the ghost.
Gotta have the middle flap. Make sure that's also a pocket there. Gotta have that.
Incredible apparel. Of course, again, you can find that all exclusively on the store.bandconamco.com, the exclusive merch for this event, because, again, this all goes right back into the event itself. We get to have more Pac-Man 99 Challenge events, this one being the closeout to what has been an incredible build-up to this point. A lot of really strong competitors, and now we're down once again to the final 3 that are still left, including yourself.
Yeah, still here. Still here, man. Still here. Still very excited. You know, grand finales. And I'm really excited for my team. I know they're back there still stretching, you know, ready to roll, ready to rock.
I feel like there's a power up with the shirts that you guys are wearing. You guys got the red Pac-Man shirt out here.
I think so.
All right.
Come on now.
You guys are twinning out here. I mean, is that where the power with the apparel comes from?
Red. That's how you get angry. You get mad with this so you can get the W.
Look, I got to give Clyde some love out here. Got to give our Orange Ghost a lot of that love.
Now, I will say, even though 255 to 179 seems like a pretty big deficit, because it's still a pretty solid deficit, at the start, it was not even close to that. That is a doable lead. That is 2 games left. If you repeat that same type of gameplay going into these next 2 rounds, we could see another photo finish type match like what we saw with that first semis.
That's right, man. Gotta believe in your team, gotta believe in yourself, and let's hope. I'm very curious to see if they can pull this out, man. Like I said, this will go down in history as by far one of the best comeback stories in gaming history.
Yeah, I definitely agree there, especially seeing the 79-point difference that just got built up after a bigger differentiation between these 2 teams after those first 2 rounds. This is what I like to see. Now what could change up between this next game is going to determine everything for that final game, because you could definitely make that gap look closer.
Yeah, riding on the shoulders of that great adjustment from loop-de-loop and PAX-MAN before, and then the consistency we've been seeing. But the fact that they got the top 2 finish when they needed it the most, like not even just kind of needed it, you really needed it, because that nullified that other top 2 finish that 5-Up's team had before. You've now basically eliminated that 75-point gap just by that alone.
Yeah.
That is huge. That's where most of the points are on the board. And then everyone else isn't forced to play as perfectly. If you know some people can carry that all-star mode to get that top finish, you yourself can just cruise along, focus on you, get to the top, and just get some points. Because it's all about the team effort at the end of the day.
That's right. That's right. Try to stack the leaderboard, man, with your team. Just try to stack the leaderboard.
Getting set up out here, guys. We are ready to go, rearing after that previous game. We got 2 more to go for our competitors, but I love what I'm seeing between the back and forth between our competitors that didn't have the best few games at the very start, are now starting to reel up and start making that change up. Talk about how PAX-MAN also leaving the power pellets over in the corner for this first round changes up the strategy a little bit than what you were used to seeing, Cleo.
Definitely something I was not going to ever do, but getting a chance to see it in motion, I'm like, okay, I understand. I get why this is a strategy and why it may work best for him.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, again, it's that ain't broke, don't fix it type mentality. You have a good routine you do for the early rounds. And you're stressed about trying something new, and then you see, oh, wait, these are kind of efficient. Hey, wait a minute, like, I might have to give it a go. And you have 5 games to do it. So that could affect your strategy going into that last game. Is there any other strategies you've seen people pull off while we're in this early round of this game that you'd like to discuss with your team to maybe try in that final round?
Let me tell you, my team are the pros. I'm learning from them. My team are the pros. I'm learning from them. I'm just in here, just trying to survive and try to hopefully get in the top 5, the top 10. We was close to it. We got the top 10 a few times. But if I can pull up that PAC-1 live on stream, it'd be beautiful.
That question now shifts instead. It's like, okay, so what are you going to go ask them that they saw?
Yeah,
You're gonna stay with them.
I will. I'll end up probably asking them just any strategies they got for me. Right before we actually walked out, I did get a little tidbit from Uncle Slam, and it worked out in the 3rd round, so I'm glad I listened.
Yeah, Uncle Slam really came out to show off, but now we got 5-up D-Pity out here that have been able to see what Craig is up and cooking. He's been getting that top 8, but he wants to get more out here too. He's got that power pellet right next to him, just waiting for an opportunity with these slower jammers coming his direction. But it is just round 2. It is in that early game. And with that fruit in the middle, you're going to be able to get that automatic reset. Look at the train that is built up here on the top right.
Yeah, Craig has been kind of been fine with taking like that passive-ish route of not really being too aggressive early on, as we saw before, just kind of hanging out up top. But now he's going to go for a decent combo play, start sending some of those jammers out. Not going to take too much time out there, because you don't want to have that redwood start to move towards you. You don't want to see the ghost start to spawn out as he waits. Perfect timing, funny enough, for the ghost to spawn out to then get that power pellet. Knew exactly when he needed to do it.
Yeah, man, these are why these guys are some of the best, because getting a chance to time anything on this map is insane.
They said shaving seconds off anything. It's basically speed run, but you're fighting 100 other people to deal with that. Try and get those knockouts, Vicky. It can be stressful, but you can see the composure has been really good for them in the early rounds.
And the timing, too. You have the red jammers are starting to appear on your screen right now, but you want to make sure that you leave the power pellets in the corners where you want to start stacking up that train originally, where they're going to be able to get cut off, where you're going to position yourself. Gets that stack up already on the top left side. You're going to leave that power pellet up and alive, waiting for the opportunity for the ghost to stack up and ready for you here in the middle before wanting to go for the reset with the orange in the middle.
One of the strategies I believe we saw in the last round was someone still had their speed at 0.
Yes.
In the later rounds, never, ever am I trying that one. I'm sorry. It's not worth it. It's not worth the risk for me on that one.
To try, like, again, later rounds they go, and the more hits you take and the way you adjust things around, you could lose your speed tiers. But if you're good at timing everything, like we saw with Craig a little while ago, it doesn't matter too much. But when you start having to run from the ghosts and you are at speed tier 0, congratulations, you are not getting away from that. And that's D-Pity going back-to-back in the same position. It's going to be 17th once again.
Wondering if the strategy of trying to kick off things quicker than usual is just not really working out for D-Pity there. But the red jammers are on the screen for 5-up here. We saw what 5-up was able to do in the last game. He got 6 plays, and he's got the red jammer like he was suicidating his way over to the right side real quick before navigating his way there.
Lineup shave we've seen all day, just sneaking right by that to be able to get to that next round. It's on round 6 now. We are under that top 10 once again, Cleo, and 5-up has been determined to not just perform, but to get a top 5 finish.
Yeah, he's showing up. He's showing up, man. And I'm not going to lie. I'm going to have to compliment him on that move that we just saw him do, because he was cornered for sure. I thought there was no way he's getting out of this. And sure enough, he made it out. He's still in this.
Yeah, unfortunately, the favorite name, Fantastico, is out. We did see that on the leaderboard a little while ago. But Captain Mang is actually doing much better this time, because actually was another one of those people who fell previously a little bit early in that last round.
Yeah, Craig does go out in 7th place, so we are down to our top 6 competitors, almost in our top 5 right now. Captain Mang going down as well in 5th place. So our 4 top competitors, both our 5th and 6th place competitors went down basically at the same time right there, so it was incredibly close. The red jammers were moving around so quick. Where do you go here? Loop-de-Loop still alive.
Let's go. Loop-de-Loop still in the building, man. He had to adapt. He just had to get his head right. made sure to make a very solid, strong return.
Exactly. It's all about staying composed. You have a bad game, put it in your back pocket. It's not a big deal. You have plenty of time. Now you're here in the Final Four once again with Dash the controller, loop-de-loop. Dash is dashing. He is getting out of there fast. J-Bob is going to go ahead and get that Gallagher, get that reset. Not going to really waste time in trying to get the combo just yet. Will do so now as he's trying to send those jammers over, but there are a lot of red jammers on the board. And that's J-Bob going down at third. The final two left.
That's Dash out here, still putting it on the board for D-Pity. Look at all those red jammers on the top right before trying to get the reset right here, too. Gonna be able to claim that ghost over on the left side. He could go for the reset with the bell in the middle, but he's got that power pellet over to his right side, so he pleases.
I'm wondering, why is Dash keep looking over? Is he trying to figure out if any of his
I think he's trying to like, see what Loop-de-Loop is doing that, or maybe he's trying to tell him, like, hey, it's just us. Like,
okay, it's PAX-MAN.
PAX-MAN from 5 Up is alive.
That is a lot of red jammers. Does he have to reset underneath those ghosts? It's the most important question. Yes, he does. He does have the bell.
Oh, this is crazy right here from PAX-MAN, making the comeback. We were talking about it earlier on before. PAX-MAN versus Dash, the controller, all for that first place spot between 5 Up and D-Pity's team.
You know, and he has one pellet to be able to slow him down. He didn't decide to go for the reset. He's getting so much in the way. He's going to go around the other side. He's going to be able to get the pellet. He did. He navigated them perfectly. But he's kind of walked between the two. He needs one of them to move out of the way so he can run. Does he get it? He gets past. He goes underneath. He's going to go around, but he's going no way. He goes to round 13.
You're breaking ankles out here on the red jammers. Are you kidding me right now? And look at all the points he's being able to secure right here on the left side.
Send him, Dash, send him.
That is going to be a bad time for PAX-MAN. There are so many jammers that are finding the way over there. Resets it, gets rid of it. PAX-MAN is going to be getting a lot of guests soon, and there they all are. There are 3 power pellets on the field, but there's not many safe routes to get those dots to get to the next round.
PAX-MAN sitting with that 0 speed. I'm still confused about this strategy. It doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the controller properly popping off for that one. That was so close to not being his round. If that doesn't happen, there's no shot that he gets away. But he snuck just through at the very last second. Navigated exactly where they needed to go. Got up to that top corner where he only had that one pellet to be able to stall them. They freeze the reds, but they only last for so long. And he gets to that next round where PAX-MAN had him perfectly lined up.
You know, he literally brushed past that one pixel of the red jammer. He did it so quick. You talk about the speeds earlier, but he was speeding right through them. That was actually insane. Even cornered at one point. Had to wait for the red jammers to start moving before making his next move. But the quick split-second decision is what allowed him to stay alive at the very end right there.
These are why these guys are the best. That is a MVP level play that we saw in that round from Dash, without a doubt.
Not even just that. Dash was doing it while looking over to see what PAX-MAN was up to. It's like, are you gone? You gone? What you doing? What you lining up? I can see you. I see what you're doing. And he made it work with all that going on. That is such a morale boost when you win like that. Like, what, your team, everyone feels amped up after a W like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can hear it from the crowd even as soon as they saw that play happen. All of them popped. All of them had a moment of expressing excitement about it, for sure.
Like, it's maybe a slow build-up up to those moments, Vicky, but when it gets to the end, you can see why these are the best players in the world.
And we have 3 members in the top 5 from D-Pity's team. So what does that mean, guys? The gap is getting closer, but we only have one more round to determine whether the comeback is still alive here for D-Pity.
Here's where the stress starts to hit. You are now looking at what could be a complete loss after total domination.
Oh, man.
You have no shot to screw up. You want to stay calm, but when you are the one that is currently having the other team win back-to-back after you won so strong in the first 2 games, all of a sudden, every single turn, every button you press has sweat on your palms, and you are trying so hard to stay calm, but it is not easy to do.
Not at all, not at all. I need D-Pity to lock in. I need him off of his phone, and I need him locked in. I don't want him texting. I don't want him on socials. I want him locked in. His team has carried him up to this point.
What he tried to do is be sneaky about it. He quickly just turned, caught the back selfie of where 5 Up wasn't looking, so that way when the next one goes up, he's got the scheduled tweet.
There it is.
Like, hey, by the way, just finished getting the reverse 3-0, and I'm still hungry for more pack dots because we got more games, because we're still in it.
We're still in it.
It might happen. It might happen here.
Yeah.
If we go back-to-back semis, where both of the games go down to a few points, I cannot imagine what the finals round's going to be like.
But this is what it's all about, man. This is what the Pac-Man 99 Challenge is all about. Moments like this, the build-up, the pressure, and then the excitement of what could potentially be.
It's crazy. It's crazy how it's gotten back and forth so close, too, because we had that big gap after that first 2 rounds. Now that gap, a lot closer. We were expecting it, but it's the comeback story that I always love to see, especially in competition like this. I like the little mini pop-off from Dash earlier. He had like taken a huge breather. You could see it in the camera, how he was feeling himself. He started shaking his hands a little bit. He's ready. He is locked in for this last game. And this is what I was expecting, by the way, from Dash. I talked to the 2 players to keep on your sights. J-Bob, Dash, those are the 2 players that were one of the leading players in the entire competition for those 4 weeks leading up to today.
Well, for everybody who's locked into those seats as the crowd is starting to build, we are in the other half of the semifinals, and this is the last game determining who will move forward into the final round of what looked like doom and gloom at the beginning for Team D-Pity. They are now in a position to potentially get the reverse sweep on Team 5UP.
That's all we wanted. That's what we asked for. We really did almost call this. If this happens, this goes down in history as one of the best comebacks in gaming history. It tops mine. I can openly admit that. It would top mine.
You know, that would also mean that you got the strats firsthand out here, because the winner of this will be facing off against your team.
That's right.
And we take those. We'll see how that's going to fare up here in this competition. 5UP already has been able to prove himself being one of the leading competitors in the top 10 area already in the last 2 games.
100%. This is where champions are made. This is where the best of the best step up to the plate to make sure that their team is put on their back and they get the W. So far, we've seen multiple people able to do that. D-Pity has gone very aggressive with quite a couple of the early rounds. This time, I like the fact that it seems like he's going a little bit slower. Not like super slow, but he slowed it down a bit. He's on round 3, but he's being a little bit more careful about how many of these Jammer Pac-Man he's trying to send out, because he's getting countered for it, and he's getting a lot put on because he's going with the early train combos.
I can see it in his eyes. I asked him to be locked in, and I can see it in his eyes now. He's fully there.
That is
He's
gamer
there.
lean.
He's there. He's there. He's in. He knows exactly what he wants to accomplish with this. He might have the opportunity to do this.
Sometimes if you tilt your body over to the left side, you can see that Pac-Man goes like even faster. That's, I feel like, the impression that we get sometimes in this position.
You just validated so many parents who lean with the controller. Like, see,
that's me. I'm speaking from experience out here, too. And we've been seeing a little bit of head bobs over to the left and right side, especially when you come close to those red jammers that are already starting to appear on D-Pity's screen. So he's got the super pellet over on the left side. He's going to try to get it on the right side now, leave it open up here, so that way he can get all the pellets that he needs in case he needs to go for a reset with the apple.
Got D-Pity going ahead leading his team right here. Then we got 5UP on the other side as we look over at Captain. Using a great strategy. He's already built up one very, very long ghost train. Add a little bit more to that, and I wonder if he's going to go for the reset very soon, because he already got the red jammers out there.
Yeah, actually, I like that what he's doing too. And I got to throw in the needle on that one. He was deciding to wait a second so he could get that power pellet, get the pause, get a couple extra, so he could build it up almost through that. But of course, you've been in this position before. You're not going to be able to get to the top positions without being able to thread the needle like that. We already saw that's how Dash was able to make that comeback in that previous game.
Look at him scoop up the ghost train that he's got already built up. Look at those red jammers all on the top side of the screen. They're starting to appear a little bit. He gets the reset now. He's going to try to be able to build up this train. But first off, it's the pellets that are priority. Leaving the power pellets ready for him to take already. He gets it on the right-hand side. He wants to get the second one on the left-hand side because he already sees those jammers building up there.
5UP in a yeah, I agree with that as well. 5UP, you had somewhere you could probably still go for it, but there was so much covered in the top right. It's not worth making that attempt. Not in Game 5.
You got to be very careful here. This is what it's all about. The pressure is on. And you know that. You know that this is what it's all about, to try to get yourself into the finale, the grand finals, man. So that's why everyone you see here is fully locked in.
Yeah, weird route you have to take here. You kind of have to go around. Yeah,
good move.
At the last second, there was one route available. If you waited any longer, there was the potential shot that he's going to end up going to the left, and you got sandwiched between them.
Because it's important to also make sure that your reset opportunity stays clear, especially with the limited path that you have in the middle right there, too. So good call right there. Going to be able to also stack up this train already on the bottom right-hand side. Loop-de-loop, though, out earlier than what we've seen in the last 2 rounds.
13th, and you saw the lean forward, like the lean on the desk, like, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. But
that's okay, Loopty. I've been there. Loopty, that was just me just not too long ago. Do not worry. You gave it your best shot. Don't worry. Just be there for your teammates. Give all the support to them.
Yes, this is morale boost time. The headset comes off, said, no, you got this, you got this, you can still do it. Dash is focused. He is ready to go. And that is going to be D-Pitty actually getting 8th that time, doing for better. Captain Meng also falling. Actually, a lot of people fell. Dantastico at 10th, Craig at 9th, D-Pitty at 8th, Captain Meng at 7th.
That means that Dash is the only one up and alive for D-Pitty's team.
Oh, no.
That's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but I don't think it's going to be enough with that whole differentiation. But it's not over yet. We know already from the past, Cleo, you've already said it, you don't give up.
You don't. The game not finished, and we've already seen him make an MVP play before. Let's see how he goes into this.
Let's see if Dash can maybe get, if he can get that win, it might be enough to help. TK's going to drop at 6. 5 up, finally makes the top 5 photo finish. They're looking to get that. I feel like at this point, you have to drop at 5th. Your name's 5. You have to go at 5th. That was the whole point.
It's only right. It tracks. It's only fitting.
And 5 up, dropping at 5th, and Dash Controller is going to go ahead and get that power pole out. Always looking to the left, scoping out the competition to see what they're up to.
The fact that he can multitask like that too, while also navigating through all of these red jammers. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
They're all built up on the north side of the map, but look at this points that he's able to obtain off of his train.
Perfect amount, maximizing that combo. Going to go ahead and build up some more here too as we reach round 11, speed tier of 8. That is a lot of red jammers. Not even going to take a moment to try and mess with that, especially when you had no pellets.
This is super impressive here too, navigating through the red jammers once again, going to be able to clear off this bottom right side, but he's waited on the opportunity to pause those red jammers. Didn't even take the last ghost on the bottom end before trying to go in for a reset.
Here we are at the top 3, man. It comes down to this round right here.
Oh my goodness.
PAX woo, there's a lot of traffic over there.
That's going to go ahead and pause them for a second. Remember, once you get that power pellet, it does stop the red jammers. That gives you enough time to go ahead and sneak in. Also, use that time as you see the timer there in the middle. It's allowing them to draw a little bit longer to get it to round number 13.
Also timing that train in the middle right there too, so he could go for the automatic reset, get those red jammers out off the board. But look at the positioning of these jammers and the train that he's built up right here in the corner.
J-Bob has to hopefully just hope that they go towards the right-hand side instead of going upward. If he can get that, he can maybe sneak his way out. At this point, he's just sending as many jammers over to the others as he can. He's going to sneak away, but no, he's going to get caught by the ghost on the left. Now we're down to our final 2, Dash the Controller, and I believe PAX-MAN.
That was Clyde. You know, we talked him up earlier on, and then he ends up cutting off J-Bob. Are you kidding me? Oh, I love this face-off, the one-on-one that we currently have between our last 2 competitors.
This is so stressful right now. PAX-MAN over on the left doing okay, has access to that power pedal at the top. There is a very bad thing that's happening though. There is, the key's there. He's there. He's able to get to it. Speed tier 2 versus speed tier 3. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, Captain Meng is cruising. He has the key as well to go ahead and force it to round 17.
Oh my goodness, but the speed going all the way down already to 1 right now. That's the strategy that you guys were mentioning up before, but with the slower speed in this later rounds, what is that going to mean? Look at the amount of red jammers already on board here.
We got a key to reset, though. There is a key to reset the board. There we go. All right, and we are continuing on between these 2, and it looks like...
Captain Meng was the one that was on the right. He tried to wait, take a little bit more time to sneak out a couple more pellets, but that speed was way too high. Wasn't able to sneak in. It's going to end up going the other way. PAX-MAN finally gets that elusive dub. Got so close multiple times. But Vicky, you have the breakdown, and you have what could be the potential future for everyone. What's it looking like in terms of teams on those final finishes?
Look at this top 5, guys. First off, Dash coming in second. We were really hoping out here for that first place spot, but Dash coming in second, being the lone survivor for D-Pitty's team. After they fell, you see TK in 6th place out here. That's part of 5UP's team. Captain Meng, the only other competitor from D-Pitty's team, unfortunately dropping in 7th. I don't think this is going to be enough points here that Dash could have obtained, despite even winning that last round, to allow D-Pitty's team to come out on top.
Listen, man, they came out and gave their very best. We were looking at what looked like the most epic comeback in gaming history. And we still don't know the points, but as she said, it's not looking too well for Team D-Pitty at the moment. We shall see.
No matter what, I mean, you're going to be going up against one of these 2 teams in a second, and they put their best foot forward. There's really no other way to put it. They came up to play. They're out here ready to strike, and they did, and they put their money where their mouth is. There was no holding back from the very beginning of when they were kind of bantering with each other. Everybody performed super well. We're going to find out momentarily which one of them moves forward, but that's just to get to that finals match to play up against you to see who's going to be the one to walk away with that custom arcade.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. One of them is going to have to come up against me, and like I said, I'm very confident in my team. We're going to be fine. We're going to be great, and we're the ones walking out of here today with the pack 1 held high.
Oh, okay. Cleo talking up already out here on the stage. I love to see it. You also got a sneak peek of what's to come for your next round. But man, talking about the crazy competitors that we saw alone on 5UP's team, J-Bob was truly locked in. We saw TK make a comeback eventually there too. He had his moment to shine for that first round. Fell off a little bit earlier on before, but before we dive into each individual player, let's take a look at the overall graphic of all the points that we saw between our two teams out here and the difference. They had the lead from the very beginning, but it never escaped them. It is 5UP's team that come out.
Well done to Team 5UP. They were not playing around. They showed up and said, we ate food, okay? Y'all ate pellets, we ate, and we ate this dub because it is going to move them forward to get that matchup against your team. What an incredible set, and what an incredible attempt at a comeback. Honestly, some applause out to D-Pitty's team just for that performance. They were behind so far, and they brought it all the way back. But it was the final positions that mattered. You see that 50 sitting there at PAX-MAN, and we're going to go ahead and take it over to Raynessa to let them talk about this as we talk with the winning team.
Well, you know what? They ate food. You guys practiced. You don't need the power pellets. You don't need any of that extra fuel. The trash talk paid off.
Oh, I mean, honestly, I'm just happy. Like, I don't know what else to say. I think this is just such a fun event. So no matter what happened, I thought it would be like, yeah, no, I'm really happy for this whole entire thing.
And so you had some MVPs on your team here. Look at the leadership skills, or was it all them?
Yeah, MVP 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just down the line. Genuinely, all of them helped me so much with just giving me advice. Like, anytime I need any questions I had, they had the immediate answer. That all the questions yeah. It's been nice.
Were you watching the first round to like get some tips, right? Secret strat?
Yeah, so we were watching the first round backstage, and anytime someone did a move, or like just moved a certain way that I didn't expect, I asked them why, and they explained. So very much like down to the wire of, yeah, this is how you play this game.
Very nice. All right, well, we obviously have grand finals for you to all prepare for. Team, do you believe in your captain? All right, thumbs up. Crowd, do you believe in our captains? Thank you. Okay, we are going to give them a chance to go back, regroup. They don't need food, clearly. They've demonstrated that. So we have a chance, re-strategize. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with our grand finals. Remember, the winner gets an arcade cabinet from 1UP Arcade. We'll see you soon, everyone.
So tell me more about this deluxe machine.
As the Deluxe is representative of a new line, we're really excited to kick it off with one of our most iconic flagship titles, PAC-MAN, which is the most iconic arcade cabinet of all time. It's something everyone loves, and we couldn't think of a better IP to put into our first machine.
How closely does this resemble the arcade machines we love and remember from back in the day?
So absolutely every machine we make is fully licensor approved with original artwork taken straight out of the past. So this is a completely authentic recreation with only improvements given, such as Wi-Fi support and a larger games list. And what's even cooler is, we've just launched our Arcade 1-Up companion app, and this seamlessly connects to that, along with all past Arcade 1-Up machines. My single favorite feature is actually the friends list. For the first time ever, you can message people, and you can develop a community to play multiplayer tournaments, have leaderboards, compete with people, even message your friends, I'm online, let's play a game. Also, you can track your game library to have a truly personalized experience. It's almost as if you're building a virtual arcade right on your phone with our machines.
What if I have no idea how to play any of these games?
Well, we have an amazing tips and tricks section actually written by our Arcade 1-Up staff that might give you a leg up over the competition.
All right, welcome back to our grand finals. We are back here. We have our 2 teams ready to go one more time. This is going to be a 7-game series, not just 5 this time. We'll keep going. Now, I don't think they can hear me right now. No, it's on. My mic is on. Okay, so they can. All right, so I think Stream can hear me, but unfortunately the audience can't, which is a little bit of a bummer. So for stream watching, you get to hear all these fun details. Not sure what we want to do as far as for our audience here in the stage, but I can introduce the captains for our stream viewers and for everybody watching in the crowd. It's kind of a bummer for them, but for chat, for watching at home, hopefully you can, share your hype. So let's bring Cleo out onto the stage. Now, Cleo, unfortunately, they don't know what's being set up here, so we're going to have to be really, really animated so that, it's all going to be a visual presentation, but, the stream viewers know what's going on. And then we will get 5 Up out here as well, who took the victory in the last round. You took the victory in the first round. Very hype for both of you. Very exciting. You've only had a few minutes. Ooh, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. This is just in time. This is perfect timing because we're about to get these 2 facing off against each other. So you only had a few minutes to prepare. What was the team chat like back there?
Oh, we didn't chat. We're just still running off that full-on adrenaline right now. We're practiced. We're ready. He got a little resting period. I don't know if that's going to help him.
Oh, shots already coming out over here. Are you cold? Are you guys not? You're not ready for this? Are you going to take that from him?
Look, 5 Up think that there was a resting period. Meanwhile, my team was in the back going over strategy. And then I was actually pulling double duty, doing commentary as well, watching all of your game. So just know, we got everything plotted. Let's get to the championship round.
So he's been studying you. Is that intimidating?
No, I think the commentary booth is kind of where he belongs. Not really kind of over here.
All right, I'm let these captains take their spot and put some actions behind those words. He studied you. You're throwing an awful lot of shade his way. Captains, take your seats. That's like nice sportsmanship. May the best captain win. Let's jump into these 7 games fighting for that custom arcade cabinet. Casters, take it away.
Welcome back to the caster desk. By the way, there's nothing wrong with being behind this desk. Do I dare say so myself?
Hey, 5 Up, you want to talk about that real quick? So anyways, Cleo's team is looking really good. I don't know how I feel about 5 Up's team right now. I feel like 5 Up maybe. I was going to say Blinky Gang, man. They got both the red shirts. We're doing good. You have now been excommunicated from the gang. You got to go. You got to go. But
Not the Blinky Gang. Not the Blinky Gang. Hold on. Wait. Because before we got up to a break, I was talking about the power-up of the Blinky shirts between you and Cleo. And 5 Up was rocking one, too. I don't know what the strat is right there, but it looks like Blinky be giving you guys a power-up that we don't even know about. You guys got super pellets in there.
Well, I mean, you can get access to that yourself. If you want to go ahead and check out the website, like we said, there is some exclusive merch that you can get right from the Bandai Namco store. And I believe you're talking about...
Yes, they're actually the regular shirts with the different ghosts on them between Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and Clyde. They're all discounted until the 28th. So make sure you guys check that out right now at www.store.bandainamcoent.com.
I'm loving the material of the shirt, too. Yeah. I think for me, when it comes to a t-shirt, I really like something super comfortable and lets me breathe a little bit. And I love the materials of the shirt. I also like the little, of course, hand-stitched characters right onto the shirts as well. So make sure you guys go pick up your Pac-Man apparel collection at store.bandainamcoent.com, or you can scan that QR code to be taken just right there.
It's still funny, too, with Lyric rejoining us here on the desk. The plan of having the Pac-Man pointing towards the two ghosts, which is perfectly lined up. But you can also get more of those Pac-Man merch and the Blue Ghost as well with the rest of this merch here. We talked about the shirts. You also have access to the hoodie, the jacket that I am 100% going to get, and the long sleeve shirts. Everything looks nice and comfortable. Like you said, it's very soft. It feels very relaxing, especially in a convention like this where you're walking around all over the place. There's a lot of movement you have to do, and it's exclusive time to get that discount. Like Vicky said, on the 28th, do not miss out on that opportunity. Save a few extra dollars. But we're going to be seeing who gets to save that W at the end. There's 7 games. Who can save the teammates the most to try and get that arcade machine at the end, the custom arcade at the end?
I was hanging out backstage a little bit earlier watching the last set go while Cleo was commentating up here, and I have to say I finally heard that crowd come to life during some super intense pathing moments. It's a pleasure to be back here with you two, of course, but I am so excited to see the finals going on. We're going 7 rounds this time, so we got a lot more time to talk about the points. We got a lot more time to kind of see where exactly everybody's feeling.
I'm glad you're joining us again here, Lyric, because we were talking about the crazy intense moments that we were able to witness in our first round, or in our first set, where we unfortunately had to say goodbye to Lana Ray. But in D Pitty's team, when we saw Dash literally dashing around the red jammers, still not enough though before 5UP's team had too much of a big gap between themselves and D Pitty's team. Now, with how close it was in the first set between Cleo's team and Lana's team, what is it going to look like now going up against 5UP's stack team versus Leo's team?
Well, it's going to be very important because they were seeing that they could crumble under pressure somewhat. They were starting to fall behind as those last 3 games started to play out. Cleo's team was the one that finished the job when that happened. And as we approach these final 5 seconds, there's a stack crowd who was a part of that before. It is the finals time of the Pac-Man Championship, 99 round. First game is going up now between Team Cleo and Team 5UP.
It's going to be super exciting to see. Once again, this is a team effort. We got tons of time to talk about points as we get started again. What do you guys think has been the predominant strategy across both sets that we've seen so far?
So what's interesting is that we've seen a differentiation between when these players want to reduce their speed in the later game or whether they want to play with higher speed. That's been interesting, as well as targeting the opposition of sending jammers in their direction. Also getting a little bit of a map change up.
Yeah, I do like the whole UI changes that you could do with the game. It is nice to have that little bit of extra customization for your feel. But alluding back into your question there, Lyric, we've seen people kind of shift from that really passive playstyle to some people have been more focused on the early KOs of all those CPUs, going and targeting as many of them as they possibly can right off the bat.
Was that Cleo out at 98? Or did I just see a weird flash there? Regardless, though, already we're still moving here. I'm getting to know the new team that stepped up, 5UP's teams. Already TK playing pretty well, has the quadrants ready to go. I love how some players are just leaving the power dot right in the right corner and just going to that when they need it.
Yeah, it's also so important to see when they wait for the perfect timing, wait for the slow jammers to get on top of them, and then since it is first round, it's fine. You could be able to build up into that speed eventually, and then wait for them all to stack up once you get that power pellet over in the corners. But TK was one of the players that we saw take round 1 in the last set. He fell up a little bit, but it's interesting to see his story playing on the online weeks into today, where he's been kind of on a come up, where it's just literally been him ramping up, getting better and better per week that he's played.
And like you said, he was able to get at least that 1 round, but okay, so we're going to just continue again. That TK play that we saw before was able to get a W before, and it's just very important in this long set. But it can't be just on your shoulders. You can't be the only one to try and get the W. We saw Loop-de-Loop with an incredible comeback after dropping really early. We also saw the incredible plays from PAX-MAN after not being as strong from the start, but was still able to get the job done. And that's so important to make sure that you remember, it's not just about you, it's about the team effort.
Yeah. I'm actually so glad you bring that up too, because something that I was also thinking about was with Cleo sitting up here, looking at 5UP's team, thinking about what he could do against the opposition. He was also pinpointing certain teammates on 5UP's team that were a problem. So he can relay that to the rest of his team, but something different between Cleo being up here and 5UP just coming off of freshly winning that last set means that their hands are pretty warm going into this final set. This finals, which determines who's going to be walking away with that custom arcade cabinet from 1UP.
Can't talk about that arcade cabinet.
Oh, it's so nice.
It's so nice. I love how arcade cabinets have gone from like these big chunky things where you really have to dedicate so much of a space to something that you can easily just throw into a corner of the room. And honestly, arcade cabinets, they still hold their true, authentic selves. Who doesn't love playing on an arcade
Exactly.
cabinet?
As everybody's out here in front of this right now, there is the play booth that you can also access the Pac-Man arcade machines that are literally right in front of us, almost arm's reach. And a lot of people have been walking by, taking a look at that all day. It's been an awesome time. Big appreciation, of course, to Namco being out here in the first place for providing this and providing us access to this championships. A couple of things to take into factor, too, as we continue with the rounds. You think back, you already saw incredible play from What's Up, right? You saw incredible play from a couple other people's. But J-Bob, was not able to finish the job, but was always right in it. There was a lot of stacked competition amongst these two teams, with a lot of people who were still able to make those closing plays. Craig as well had incredible manipulation of where any of the jammers would chase after him. You couple that with TK and the rest of the success that 5UP's team had with their confidence, I think you're going to be just fine in the long game.
And I know it's been a little bit since we got to see Cleo's team after that first set, but talking about some heavy hitters that we saw actually pop off, Uncle Slam, Judgment Day, those two players definitely really stood out to me personally, seeing in that first set. But against a heavy team like J-Bob, PAX-MAN, TK, like we saw earlier on the stream, it's going to be crazy to see how that's going to fare up against each other. Which one is going to have that advantage first with the gap that they can build up in terms of points?
Absolutely. We've seen placements also all over the place when it comes to a lot of these sets. From 40th to 1st, from 70th to 5th. Honestly, once again, the point differentials are so important here. You do not want to go down too far, but then again, there's always a chance to bring it right back super quickly.
Exactly. It's always about the long game. Are you able to survive long term? And it can absolutely happen to anyone. There's multiple people who have got it done. As we return to the gameplay right now, you see Cleo off to the start. This round run didn't actually spawn with all of the pack dots in every corner. This one actually had a couple that weren't there. Because reminder again, they're at random. So you never know what you might be getting as you clear out each round.
That's a really good point. And, you know, also to follow up, too, from the amount of opportunities that you have to make a comeback. Let's say you had a failure of a first game or something like that. You could just make the comeback. Since this is 7 games instead of the usual 5, those 2 extra games can make a load of difference, especially after how close it was in that last set that we saw.
Absolutely. Cleo starting off very, very well, though. Just clearing out a lot of the ghosts, just taking his time. Doesn't want to reset just yet. Honestly, you don't really even need to with not a lot of Jammer Pac-Man on the board. I feel like resetting is more of just kind of an escape route to kind of pull yourself out of a tricky situation, Ajax.
And what's really interesting, too, is seeing how Cleo, he talked to us on the mic. He said what he wanted to do differently in that first round. He said he was going to leave the power pellets over in the corners, and he actually just did that at the very end. He said, I'm going to take a note from that because I'm going to do the same exact thing, and he just did it right there.
It's crazy. Like, the commentary desk can see some stuff, 5UP, and we have the ability to notice when things are going on. But also, it is something, you're right, he did actually notice that. Hey, this strategy actually works a little bit better than my opener. So when I go back to talk to my teammates and also what I gained up here, he might be performing a little bit better this time around.
Yeah, for sure. I think also recognizing and asking and communicating with your teammates too. These people probably play a ton more Pac-Man 9-9, so they have tons of tips and tricks, and you're always working together no matter what here. So far, PAX-MAN now, first time I'm seeing them, they're playing the board extremely well. We got to talk about Judgment Day's board. Starting to get a little bit busy over there in that corner.
It looks very congested out here. He's ready to get the red jammers on each corner right now, but this is a good position to be in because you still have that power pellet on the top right. You're waiting up on the opportunity for that slow jammer to finish up after trying to chase you down. Look at the timing on getting that power pellet before getting the reset right afterwards too. It's all about those additional points to make sure that the red jammers don't jam you in the process.
Exactly. Pay close attention to that timer in the center. That's when you know that the power pellet slowdown is going to end. It's when the blue ghosts are going to be gone. So as long as you can maximize that, cut the thread a little bit to get some extra points, you can get some really big combos. And also you see the shield starting to build up as well. But that round, I wouldn't be surprised to see that reset pretty soon considering how many jammers are right now on Judgment Day's screen.
But look at the giant access to the train here too. Has the orange going to be able to just clear the board just a little bit? Gotta watch out though. But I have to say I love the way that Judgment Day is playing. Just taking all the pellets out that you need to and then finding the power pellets right when you need to, hanging out in that corner. I have to say the corner has been a very popular place all day.
The Judgment Day has been really good at getting them to go to exactly where he wants. So he doesn't have to work to it. Like right here, he has them all lining up right along the middle, so he doesn't have to chase them. They're all going right through. He's got the reset available right there. All of the jammers are up in the top left corner. No stress whatsoever.
And with the timer running out, like you mentioned earlier, you get that reset with the fruit in the middle. He also had a really nice strategy where he kept all the red jammers on the north side of this map on purpose after already taking control over those power pellets that were in the respective corners too. So he took care of that first, but this is a tricky situation. You went for the automatic reset if you're Craig right there because he knew that he was stuck with the red jammers in each corner of the right side of the screen.
Yeah, right side was definitely not looking too great as now we're heading into the top 10. This is when things start to get a little bit crazier here. The jammers, though, in nice positioning, but not on Uncle Slam's board. My goodness, there's a lot of them out there. And here we go, Cleo at what, 13th or 14th and TK at 13th.
Oh, wow, in this top 10 already. You're going to be able to see PAX-MAN already clean up the right side of the screen, gets the the reset all over again while deleting those red jammers. Managed to take the super pellet over on the other side here. He's going to be able to get a reset once he leaves it available to him on the right side, but that timer is going to be ending up soon, and he could go in for another reset if those red jammers provide some more issues for him to deal with.
We're now within that top 7 position now. Only a few left to try and get that first W, that first PAC-1. And we're going to take a look in a second to see who it was the one that just fell. Currently, Craig is kind of staying over in the corner. No reason to really do anything. You have that reset available in center, but look at that speed tier 6. That's going to allow him to get away from some of these very fast ghosts that got a little stressful a second ago.
Got to talk about the prioritization of keeping just the power pellets available, too. There's so many times where you can see sticky situations like this. Look at all the red jammers, and having the power pellets can definitely just make it a little bit easier here. We're just going to take a little loop around the center, but now you have a giant change of red jammers coming after you. Vicky, Ajax is getting way too close for comfort.
He had to use that last pellet, too, but take a look at where that Galaga is next to. Oh, didn't have to worry about it. It was getting a little bit stressful to try and go in there and get that reset, but perfectly lined up, not going to let that happen.
Now, with the speed increasing and with the timer also running out so quickly, Savix drops down in 7th. We got our top 6 competitors out here. Craig has been doing the deed. He has the super pellet over to the left side. He pauses those red jammers from trying to contest them, but it's about keeping your path open so that way you can get that reset like he did right there with the Galaga.
So clutch there, too. There was a red jammer Pac-Man literally at every opening to go to the right side. Good stuff here as Craig going to be able to benefit off of a nice little train of ghosts here, sending it on over to their opponents. 23 chain Ajax is starting to get really close in this top 5.
The final 5 are left, and look at that timer. It goes slower as it progresses, and you can only afford to run from these. There's not really a path you can take. He has to go around, goes through the center, goes around the top, tries to go away from the bell, trying to pull it up to the side, gets underneath, tries to get away from Blinky. He gets the pellet to stop him at the last second, and that's going to allow him to go back down and get the bell for the reset.
Oh, he was thinking 10 steps ahead. You already knew when he went out through the tunnel on the other side that he was going to aim for that pellet over on the top left side, clear out that entire train. Now doing the exact same thing on the right side of the screen. Gets the super pellet once again. He manages to pause his red jammers and now has this entire bottom right side and the super pellet so that way he can go for the reset with the key.
Perfect timing every single time with the spawn of the key there to just clear the board. I loved Uncle Slam earlier, getting out of the really tricky situation, then nodding to himself like, yeah, okay, I'm that guy here.
There's multiple times where Uncle Sam has been like frames away from possibly getting hit, but he ends up getting away again. We're now on round 15 for him. Judgment Day is on round 15 himself. That's a very fast Blinky, but he's going to go ahead and get the power pellet, get him away, go back to the top. Everybody's running up to him, but he's going to have access to another one. He might be going for the reset pretty soon because it's not that much time left. He still has that one to slow them down a little bit.
Just the pure confidence here. Uncle Slam, though, going to be falling down. Here comes Karag, though. Bunch of red jammers, but my goodness, grabbing the power pellet just in time, Ajax.
And this is not a good time here, Vicky. We have speed tier 0, and that's going to be J-Bob going down. There's only 2 left. Judgment Day is one of the 2. Craig is the other one. Craig trying to get something going, but look at all those red jammers right around the key. He needs to get them to move away, and he got so lucky. We're down.
The timing was actually impeccable while he's on 0 speed, by the way. Look at him raising his hand at the same time, getting right through the red jammers after getting the reset. He was feeling himself.
That wasn't luck, that was skill. Put respect on my name as Craig's going to go over there and get another pellet.
No, the timing.
Respect is over. The Captain's Curse exists. I am sorry, Craig. He gets a second off the frames, and it's going to be Judgment Day who gets the first PAC-1.
Honestly, going up there with so much confidence out of getting himself out of a sticky situation, saying, you know what, I got that, and then instantly going down right after. That's some nice karma there for you.
Was that a taunt to get bodied? Like, he was like, yeah, I did that. I'm nice with it. And then with the best possible position right next to power pellet, scooped. Like,
literally tried doing it all over again, but was just slightly off on the timing.
Good stuff, good stuff. As we're coming down to our first game out of 7, by the way. Ajax, are you going to be able to make it through all the way?
That's actually why I dropped back. Like, that was only the first game. That was game number 1 of this 7-game set. This is points totaled up. And as we know with Championship Series, sometimes it comes down to that Game 7. The previous 2 sets came down to Game 5, and that was only a 30-point difference.
Wow, that's actually crazy because it was 3 players from Cleo Thomas's team that made it into this top 5, and the rest was on 5UP's team out here. Look at the difference that makes alone. We already have a close one on our hands, guys.
going back and forth and back and forth. I feel like both teams are both fighting for that first. It's definitely not a blowout on either side when it comes to any of our players here. Everyone is so intense. The pathing has been my favorite part so far because I get so tense when somebody throws himself into a corner. I'm like, you're not moving. Oh my God, go move somewhere. And then they just know how to get themselves out of it every single time.
Like, I actually love when the camera pans across and we get to see how everybody is composed. You go from 5 up, who's just got the confident look like, look, it doesn't matter, we're going to win anyways. J-Bob is always in the game. Whether the game has started or not, he's ready to go. And then you move down the line. You got TK and Craig, just both talking strategy. They're just over there figuring out what can we do better to optimize, what can we do better to control this. But you're talking about the rankings and how people position themselves. That matters a ton.
Yeah.
That you communicate that amongst your teammates to make sure that at the end it is the two of you, at least, that are in that final two to guarantee that 75 points.
I also really like the fact that the players that we pinpointed to look out for were the players that ended up in our top 3 alone. So that is something to consider because, like we've seen already in the past 2 sets, sometimes even the best players that can come out on top taking number 1 can end up being the same first player to go down that isn't the CPU in the following game. That's why it's so volatile here and why it's so important to have those additional 2 games for the finals.
Absolutely. I was just about to talk about that, Vicky. I mean, it could be first through, 5th now, and then game number 3 or 4, maybe even 6 and 7 when you need the points the most. You could be dropping down to 40th or 70th.
Yes.
I mean, there's 100 spots that you can go. Of course, everybody wants that 50 points, but as long as, I feel like as long as you're still in that top 10, you're good to go. We saw it a little bit earlier with that photo finish. Just because you won the game doesn't mean the team was right behind you.
And I think one of the things that's really important about you talking about the consistency factor, Vicky, with everybody performing very well, is you don't really have to worry too much about having a game where everybody falls below top 10. That is so important in the long stretch of a 7-game set. Nobody is going back-to-back on a bad day. It's one time where you got the 70s. You see the crowd having a great time out here. This has been a phenomenal event so far. Everybody's been amping it up, and the competitors have been doing the exact same.
It's so exciting. It's awesome to see people jamming it, too. Once the music starts kicking it up, you can see the points.
I see you. I see you. And eyes locked in with the camera. You know what? We'll introduce you later. I'll let you talk to it. But we got the next game here. Game number 2. To start things off here in this finals match.
Let's go. And what better way to start with Craig out here, who's trying to keep himself composed, keep himself over to the left side, trying to leave those pellets up and alive. Getting slowed down just a little bit, but it's the first round here, so early slowdown isn't going to be that much of a big deal.
Gotta look at all the jammers in the top left and right. I mean, so far so good, calm, cool, and collected, but still, I think Craig, from what I've been watching of them, definitely likes to play a little bit in the danger zone a little bit, Ajax.
Yeah, it's completely content with, too, because like Vicky was just saying as well, the early slowdowns, like, what does that really do, right? Like, you're not too focused on having people try to jump you, except Savix. Something about this game has been personal. I swear. This is the 3rd time that Savix has somehow fallen very early, but also has PAC-1 to his name as well. So it's either I win or hey, everybody else, do good, yay.
He was like top 8 in the last game too. We talked about how volatile it can be, where you could be top 10 one game and then be in the bottom for the first game. For the following game after that. That is actually unfortunate right there, especially from Cleo Thomas's team that had taken that early lead at the end of that first round.
With 7 more games, so you do have a little bit of time to make that back, though. That will only be 1 point for Savix to go on over to Cleo Thomas's team. But still, once again, PAX-MAN here, just hanging out next to the Jammer PAC-MAN saying, yeah, come to my party, but look at this, all ready to go to try and level up here, and now we are going to be seeing the reset. 73 players to go to get down to that PAC-1.
And the PAX-MAN name is true because he's not only been spitting facts the whole time, but he's been the truth. He's literally the person who was going slow at the start and then became a contender regularly for that top 5 position for good reason. Did very well, consistent top 10 to 20 performances in the qualifiers leading up to this point. But J-Bob, always worry about where J-Bob is in the rounds because he is so aggressive at points.
Look at him. Look how he's set up, too. You see the patience, too? He saw he was ready for it. Waiting patiently, but leaning forward a little bit to get that power pellet. Managed to get it. He's built up the trade rep alone, but he's got the jammers on each side. Perfect reset timing right here, though, so that way he can clear up this train before going on to that next round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really good to point out that even though this game itself can be very stressful at times, maintaining your own cool is the way that you can find yourself out of sticky situations.
teams here. We're already at the top 27, nearing the top 20, Ajax. How do you think the game's going so far?
I mean, I'm glad that everybody seems to be taking a slower pace. Of course, you did have that one issue that happened with Savage, but everybody else can pick it back up. And Cleo Thomas looking very focused here. We were joking earlier about how anytime a team captain goes down, the other one kind of goes, okay, I'm done. I don't need to do anything else. Well, Cleo Thomas now fell, which means 5-up is probably going to fall soon, right? Like, oh, okay, he's done. Now I can just disappear. That's a lot of white jammers coming his way. He has some power pellets available to him, but he has a lot in the way to try to do it. And right on cue, he falls shortly after, but instead, that was at 8th.
Shout out to the observers catching that back-to-back too from our captains. Are you kidding me? I believe Cleo had fallen like in 14th right there. That we dropped down so many competitors until we saw 5-up go down as well. Uncle Slam, he's still slamming it out here right now. He's waiting on that power pellet, waiting for the opportunity. He's already built up that train on the north side, but he's avoiding that power pellet on the top right on purpose because look at where the jammers are placed.
Yeah, the jammers definitely are looking a little bit tough, but why not just reset the board, go on to the next level, and start out fresh? But my goodness, look at all the things that was coming towards Uncle Slam. Uncle Slam going to be able to get out of there, get a nice 31 train to, you know, throw his opponents off.
Waka right through up to the north side of the entire map, just so that way after that reset, he had enough time to finally get that power pellet on the top right.
And I like what Uncle Slam just did. He actually waited for the blue ghost to go to the right-hand side so it was easier to grab while holding on and stalling the red jammers. And right on cue, do not try to mess with that. Don't go up to the top corner. You have a speed tier that was decent, but do not try to go box with those red jammers in that position.
Absolutely not. Still in the right corner here, just going to pick up the power pellet, and now we're going on over into the left side. Look, power pellets are all there. Judgment Day, unfortunately, though, going to fall right outside in the top 5 here is J-Bob, like you guys were talking about, still very much in this. Look at the positioning, right? Keeping the power pellets ready to go, and then just going to refresh the board.
Exactly, and we've now reached that top 5 position. Somebody just fell, so we only have a few left. That was Craig. Craig going to go down at 6th. So we have our top 5. That would be Uncle Slam. J-Bob was in there as well, and you know Uncle Slam has done enough. Such as well, also performing very well here with the different UI, and J-Bob in not the worst position. You have plenty of time on that to still go in there and get that reset.
And he does it too while in the middle of trying to clean up that train there too. He's got the power pellet that he scoops up to build up the train even further. Gets the second one, has another one off to the top right, and leaving the bottom right one for last TK. Looking like he went down here in 5th place. Top 4 already active with J-Bob already looking to clean up.
I'm loving the way that J-Bob is playing right now. Recognizing, you know what, I know exactly how to get myself out of situations. I know I have power pellets available to me, but if it gets just a little bit tricky, let's just reset the board and grab the Galaga anyway. We go there. J-Bob just has a nice little train ready to go, but Ajax, things are starting to get a little bit tense for Uncle Slam. My God.
Yeah, Uncle Slam's going to go ahead and get that pause, and smartly, there's no routes that were safe, so you force round 11. Do not try to mess around with that. It's not worth it. That's a lot of jammers finding his way over to Uncle Slam, though, and Uncle Slam is going to go ahead and let the white jammers creep their way over. It's not a big deal. He's going to stay in the corner. They only slow you down, but he's got 3 pellets still left, and not the safest route to get those pellets he needs to try and get that reset.
May have to go for another reset here. Saying, oh, I love how he waited patiently so that way he could get the pause on the red jammer so that way he gets the reset and now it has available access to the top right side of the screen. Now taking a look at Uncle Slam, still alive out here for Cleo's team. See the UI change up from Such, who is also still alive for Cleo's team. So our top 4 competitors right here.
I feel like we haven't talked about Such, but unfortunately for PAX-MAN, that's going to be them falling out at 4th, I believe. I feel like Such has been flying underneath the radar for a little bit, still very much in this. J-Bob, though, great positioning on the red jammers as well. Not too much in the way here. Can go for the easy reset, and instead we'll just wait it out and then go on ahead. Ajax, top 3.
Yeah, only top 3 left, and Vicky, I know you're trying to point something out there with Such and the stats. This is very important. What are we looking at with these last 3 positions here?
Right now, J-Bob is the only one up alive for 5-up. Cleo Thomas still has those 2 competitors still up and alive within this top 3, which is a huge deal right now, especially if J-Bob could hold on with the amount of red blockers that he's got.
Things are looking really good on the bottom side of J-Bob's screen, but here comes Such. Look at all those red jammers, not exactly in a great position. You just kind of trap yourself in the corner here. It's Uncle Slam here, just going to take the route around versus J-Bob at this point. J-Bob having a nice little train to kind of work with here, and does also have the reset, just in case, and instead we'll just use it, Ajax.
That's that final 2 position we expect. Currently, Uncle Slam is going to go ahead and get enough. We're going to see those final 2 on screen right now. That's a very fast blink. He's going to go over there. He's going to get the power pellet to slow him down. Meanwhile, we have to go and snag the power pellet. We only have 2 on the top. We do have key accessible. It's round 18 to round 17. That is a lot of red jammers. We do, however, have the reset available to J-Bob on the right. And we're going to see that same thing happening very soon in round 19 here for Uncle Slam.
That's crazy. The round numbers are so high up at this point, Vicky. As the red jammers, the moment they start moving, it's going to get a little bit scary here. Both of them looking for easy access to their reset, but only one will be able to find it, and that's J-Bob.
And look at the speed right here, dropping down to 4. Going to try to even up this speed before changing it down to 3. Still on the same round right now. Perfectly trying to go in for that reset to get those red jammers up from the board.
Oh my god, now we're moving so fast. We have a speed tier of 2 on the left, speed tier of 3 on the right. Red jammers turned away. We're going to get a reset available for J-Bob. Meanwhile, Uncle Slam, in between, of course, he sneaks through. Oh, no! He almost pulled off an incredible escape, but he wasn't able to do it fast enough. J-Bob finally getting that elusive 1-pack he's been looking for all day.
And let's not forget, he was the only one up and alive from 5UP's team until the very end. Look at the rest of this top 5 once we get the board up. But it was crazy because it was Uncle Slam right after that, Such in 3rd place, PAX-MAN in 4th, and TK in 5th from 5UP.
That's Savix at 90. Or 97th place. That one's gotta hurt. I gotta just talk about that photo finish there. Uncle Slam so close of getting the power pellet to just turn it around. The coach just slamming right into them. What a game 2. We still have 5 games to go. I just want to see how the points were laying out with that 97th and the 1st.
And that's where the speed tiers dropping starts to make a difference. Once you see those speed tiers start to lower down, it's so much harder to get away. The only way you can actually maximize your effort there is you need to get access to those power pellets. And if you can't thread the line sometimes, which we did see Uncle Sam do at least once, could not do it twice. It's very hard to do, but only a 4-point difference in game 2. This is what finals are made of.
Off of that one win, the difference between the 4 points. Are you kidding me? Savix dropping with only 1 point. We saw him go down earlier in the first round. He did get 7 points, but it's always this back and forth that we see from players like Savix. Even Judgment at one point had an amazing, obviously won the first game, but then dropped really early considering the fact that he did take that first game into that second game only getting 7 points.
Yeah, let's make this clear. He's probably winning the next round. This is what happened last time. He fell so early, Lyric, and then immediately responded back with not only a win, but a top, I believe, 4 finish in the next game. So Savix has the mentality of, you know what, I screwed up, had a bad game, it is what it is, but that's only 2 of the 7 to be played.
It's very true. I think we were talking about this all throughout the day. It is so hard to consistently place within the top 10, the top 5, the top 3, if anything. And sometimes just those Jammer Pac-Man appear at the worst times. And you know, just let it roll off. You're going on into the next game. We're going on into game 3 out of 7. These games have been flying by so quickly. I want to talk to you guys about how you think each game's startup has been going. The early game, how do you feel about it?
So the main thing at the end of it all, especially with the 7-game set, is every single big set, it's a marathon, not a sprint. You should not be trying to go too reckless off the start. There's no reason to try and burn your endurance early because stamina plays such an important factor in these sets that in this game 3, even in this game 3, it's only a 4-point difference. It's essentially a net 0 between the 2 of you. You have the ability to recoup, Vicky, and still keep yourself in the set.
And I feel like because of how close it's been so far, it's like Cleo can't take a break. His entire team has always had to deal with playing so close together with the opposition right now, and that you don't really have that time to feel comfortable. You don't feel like you could get maybe a little too greedy. No, you have to continuously play patient into the game plan that has worked for you. But that gap did close a lot more after that first and second game versus what we had seen already as the opener from Cleo's team.
And speaking of an opener, what an opener on the Ghost train right now for Uncle Slam here too. Has the power pellet going to be able to send a ton of those ghosts out here. Look at that, stacking up 22, 23, and 26. Also has the reset ready to go as well, and we'll just go up to the next round. But look at that, look at the placement on both the power pellet and the ghost. Yeah, recognizing you cannot go in that corner.
Again, if I want to have anybody who's going to be the person to try and knock out as many early rounds as possible, get a lot of those CPUs out of the way, it's going to be the ace of my staff. I'm going to have Uncle Slam going for those big combos early, go for the train stance. It's fine if you send jammers at yourself. No big deal, because if you have that or the attack stance, you're going to be okay. You're going to be able to get a lot of early knockouts, establish some control, and then you could worry about the human factor with everyone else who's trying to take you down in top 10.
Especially setting up the train early on to send jammers to everybody else is board too is incredibly important in this early game. You could already see Judgment Day getting set up. He's already set up to 3rd speed. Also just trying to navigate his way through before being able to get the reset. Now taking a look at TK, another one of the players that we've been looking at for a while now, has controlled this entire right side of the board, sees the timer is running out, so he's just going to let the slow, now the plugs actually try to contest him on the top left side, but he's going to wait patiently there because he knows that the train is going to go in his direction and it's fine to get slowed down here at early game.
All the resources still left in the corner as well. Not stressed at any of these white jammers. I feel like when I started playing Pac-Man 99, I was like, oh no, the white jammers. I feel like everybody on the stage is like, all right, yeah, white jammer. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it's part of it. Oh no, Savix fell at 62. That was not what you needed after having a game like the previous one. Now, hopefully that doesn't get to your mental, because it is a long set, but that is the type of thing that gets you. So hopefully we can see a rebound from that, because he performed very well before. Meanwhile, Cleo Thomas has to deal with a pretty decent amount of aggressive play only in round 5.
Yeah, I was going to say, his speed is off the charts right now, too. Look how quick the timer runs out. Eventually, he gets that power pellet on the top right. He's going to be able to clear out this train over in the middle, clear up that pass so that way he can get the reset with the apple already. No jammers just yet sent in his direction, minus the white jammers that we've seen occasionally to try to slow him down. But I like how he's been leaving the power pellets in the corner untouched for right now.
And right now with Uncle Slam again in another similar position with some really aggressive play. Not too big a deal. They're not too fast yet. You just go ahead and get that reset. Make sure that when you are prepared for the reset, though, that you have enough power pellets to collect early on. He's going to go to the other side. He still has access to the red one, but look at how many things were in the way, and he was able to pull them up just a little bit to get that opening.
So scary, though. We saw that the apple was being blocked by 2 red jammers, and in order to get those red jammers out of there, you kind of have to just let them chomp at you. Here we go, though. 5 up. Oh, very clear path, and just going to wait it out just a little bit, but unfortunately you toy with fate just a little bit much, and the timer on the red jammer Pac-Man just come right at you.
We all know that face. I swear I pressed up. I swear I pressed up on that button. And the game said, no, you didn't. So now it's going to be Cleo who keeps the round going, and Cleo has made it into the top 10.
It was just a matter of time before it was going to happen out here. Cleo's been testing out everything with all the high speed. My man's playing on 8 speed right now in the 9th round. That is actually insane. Look how quick he's able to clean up this train. Oh, he danced around the red ghost. Oh, no. But he frame trapped him at the very end, blocking off his path.
We got J-Bob, though, very confidently going to be able to reset the board here. So now only one red jammer Pac-Man. We got smooth sailing, especially in the top 10 right now. Not a lot of pressure here at Ajax, but look at that. Bonus fruit ready to go here, as now Judgment Day back in it as well.
Hey, you know what? With Cleo Thomas getting as high as he did, you remember, this is where the champions battle each other out here. And this is where the most difficult time shows up. Judgment Day fell early last game, too. But Judgment Day is one of the most difficult people to deal with in these later rounds. So the fact that he's still here, 7 people left. We're going to switch over to Uncle Slam, who's going to go ahead and get that reset. There was a lot in the way, but he's got a big ghost train. Now he's going to send a ton over to everyone else and keep himself right next to that power pellet so he can get the freeze and slow down all of those red jammers.
I love how you said that, actually, Ajax, because you see the reset on the timer that he's got right there from that power pellet lyric. As you can see right now, Judgment Day, as Ajax also said, he's one of those scary players that you do not want to have in the late game. Craig going down in 7th.
And such in 6th as well. So now we've got PAX-MAN still chilling here. Not too much on the board to really worry about right now. But look at that, so quickly those red jammers can come in. You have to fire back with a train of their own. And I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more stress as TK's got to find a way to get to that center.
TK has made his way back to the final 3 position as someone has just fallen. That's going to be J-Bob out at 4th place. So TK going for the reset. Still here, rebounding very well from the previous game. And Judgment also at 5th. I just noticed that as well.
Wow.
So it's a very strong final finish. I believe we have TK. I'm pretty sure Uncle Slam is still in too. And I think PAX-MAN, yes, PAX-MAN's still in it again.
Absolutely. Uncle Slam, look at this board, looking all good to go. Has the power pellet ready to go. Not even going to decide to get rid of the obstacles until just going for that. Once again, the confidence on this player, knowing exactly how to get himself out of all these situations. We're going on to round 11. Do you think we're going to be seeing another round 20, Ajax?
I think could possibly happen. They get really fast at the last second, but those speed tiers are at 3. We're at round 12. We need to try and increase those pretty soon. We're at the final 2. PAX-MAN falls at 3rd place. It's going to be a battle between TK and Uncle Slam. TK currently doing pretty well. Uncle Slam on the aggressive play, already sending a massive amount of ghosts over to the other side.
That top 3 consisted of 2 members from 5 up out here. TK still in this, trying to make the comeback. We talked about TK earlier, and he's one of those volatile players that really comes up in one of those games, especially if he happens to fall short in the previous game there too. Managed to get the power pellet over on the top right, and here you have your 1-on-1. We got TK on the other side versus Uncle Slam.
Uncle Slam
Slam's positioning looking really, really good right now. A bunch of red jammers in the bottom left and the top left corner, but instead just going to pick up the power pellet and try and get a reset here. Looking like both players, not too bad of boards going on. They know exactly how to get out of there. Very, very clear paths. As now, once again, Ajax is getting so close.
Yeah, for Uncle Slam, you have to get a few more pellets. He did have the key underneath, and on the other side there, TK is going to fall, so it's going to be Uncle Slam, who not only was able to get another one-up, but take a look at that KO number. Got 9 knockouts in that game alone. Uncle Slam started off the game early, we said before. If you want to have somebody be your kind of like tactician to take out a bunch of the early KOs, remove all of those people out of the way as quickly as possible. I want my defense reliant on Uncle Slam because he's going to be one to put on a lot of early damage and also be the one who's able to keep it together at the final finish.
Man, what if you guys could see this overall standings of where we see our players for after the end of that last round, even though Uncle Slam comes out on top, hopefully those 50 points are enough to keep them in the lead, because looking at the rest of this leaderboard right here, and with Savix going down early again, it's an unfortunate circumstance, but Cleo kind of picked that up when he finished, I believe, in 9th or 10th at the very end right there. See, actually he finished in 8th, so that's a pretty big deal right there too, seeing that you saw Such there, Judgment Day, Uncle Sam taking the dub, but the rest of that top 5 is consisted of 5 up.
So close on every single side. Only 9 points divide these two teams. It will be Cleo Thomas's team pulling ahead just a little bit. We got to talk about Uncle Slam, man. Double digits each game so far.
Not even just Uncle Slam. Something I'm actually thinking about. If you think about those final finishes, if you will, if you just get close to that top 10, you're talking about a difference of what maybe 14 points that the team won could have. Cleo could have around extra 14 points, but Savix had a couple poor games. If I'm that team, I'm talking to Savix, because Savix has been here. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to win. He's already proven he can. But communication amongst the team is, hey, look, it's fine. This is game 3. We have 4 still left to go. It may be close, but as long as you rebound now and if you perform well, the rest of us are going to do just the same. And it is not unwinnable yet. We still have 4 games left to play.
I'm excited, guys. This is actually crazy. Those 2 additional games, I'm telling you, is going to make a load of a difference between these players, between these 2 teams that are already so close. Shout out to you guys watching from home, and shout out to all of you guys sitting in the audience here at PAX East. We love to have you guys here. Hope you guys are jamming it with the rest of these players right now before we dive into our next game. It's always so nice to see such different faces in the crowd.
Absolutely. I mean, PAX East, one of the largest conventions on the East Coast and in the world. I mean, just the convention center itself is so large. Honestly, it's been such a pleasure to be here with you guys, of course, on the desk as always.
Absolutely. It's been so much fun. It's a great honor for them to bring us out here in the first place, to be able to talk to everyone, be able to talk about this game, be able to bring some life to this amazing battle that Namco's put together with the Pac-Man 99. Like, you think Pac-Man normally was just a fight amongst yourself and the ghosts, and now you're not only fighting the ghosts, you're fighting a bunch of other ghosts that people are sitting you, and you're trying to keep calm in that is not easy. But we are getting into another game here. TK was able to rebound very well from the last one. Of course, we'll be paying great attention to Savo, but everyone else picked it up too, including Judgment Day.
Love pointing that out here too as we tune into TK originally. He made the comeback originally. He's going to try to stick with it this time again, trying to be as consistent as he was previously. It's about that consistency that we keep brushing up on because it's been so volatile so far. But in these early games, see the 2 ghosts just skating right past him, just waiting maybe for an opportunity to go in the opposite direction. But while the slow jammers are right there, it's just being able to keep these ghosts stacked up before he's able to get into a position where he can use the power pellets to scoop them up.
I feel like the pathing of the ghosts have been very
I'm so glad you looked at the same. We both had the same look, because I want to know what TK is like convincing them to do, because he was just right there in the corner, just put himself in the corner and just
chilling.
Yeah, we don't see you. You good? Yeah, we don't need to mess with you. They would have came after me immediately.
Still, though, I mean, once again, I feel like we're seeing a very, very slow start, as we've been seeing for these past couple days. I mean, we've been talking about it now, the endurance that you need, especially after going through a 1st to 5 to get points, and now you're in a 1st to 7 games. It's a lot of games. It's a lot of time to be spent playing Pac-Man 99.
They said it's an endurance match through and through. Stamina matters so much in competitive gaming. It may not seem like it because you're just sitting in the chair, right? Keeping mental focus, staying calm, not letting your team down, making sure you execute properly, make sure you don't overextend, make sure you don't get a little greedy when you didn't need to. It's so important to think about this many games across the day.
and mistime yourself too when you put yourself right next to the power pellet where you want to activate it, but maybe you find yourself in a tricky situation where those red jammers are not only blocking your only way out, but the ghosts are also after you, trying to block out your only exit. PAX-MAN though, it's only Fax out here. He's going to be able to scoop up the rest of the train over on the left side. He manages to get that reset with the red jammers that now are going to be appearing in different spots of the map. Before they are able to do that though, you can see him waiting patiently on the right side to get that big pellet, and he's going to be able to get the second one. Before that though, he wants to make sure he clears out this train.
Calm, cool, and collected on the side of PAX-MAN. I mean, no rush at all here. As we're going to go on over to Cleo Thomas's screen, things are looking good so far. Has a lot of ways to kind of reset here too. We're going to be able to just get a ghost stream, but you know what? Let's just reset the entire board. Let's get those Jammer Pac-Man out of there, but only for a brief moment. Here comes all the white ones getting so close. Ajax, it's starting to build a lot of tension here.
Yeah, we'll say, the strategy has been building up for Cleo. He's only been going up in placement since he's returned back to the stage. They were talking about, hey, you get a little bit sleepy while you're going and waiting for this next match, but he's actually been performing better each time. That said, he's getting targeted pretty often. There are a lot of people sending him his way. It could also be a stance thing too, where you're getting more Jammer Pac-Man sent to you because of which stance you have chosen. But he's still approaching yet another top 10 finish, and he's going to just get a hold of that power pellet.
Beautiful, the timer running out right here too. He gets that reset once again with the fruit in the middle. He's going to be able to clean this up. He's always playing on such high speed in the early rounds too that it has me sitting at the edge of my seat right now. Look how quick the timer is willing to run out here before he gets another reset.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the way that Cleo has been playing better and better as the day has gone on too. From the first time we've seen them, gotta watch out for the red jammers though. We're just going to take the reset on the board and just do it all again as we're Ajax this top 10 now. I was about to say it's not coming too easy. That's so unfortunate.
That was literal frames. He was so close. The power pellet was right there. He accidentally jumped down just a little bit, which funny enough might have actually been the speed tier. He was so high that he jumped down too fast and went right into the red jammer.
The white jammer also slowing him down. It was the double-edged sword like he was not expecting at the very end. Now Savix on the other side. Judgment Day going down in 10th. We got our top 8 competitors now on the screen.
5-up still in this very much as well. Going to be able to take the reset here, find the power pellet, and send a couple of ghosts out to his competitors right now. Let's see though. Honestly, I like how 5-up's been playing too. I feel like, I still like how he was playing.
That's so funny because he just stole so many badges from other people to tank hits, and then he just went after the single one he couldn't afford to have that happen to. But Craig has been an absolute menace to everyone so far, especially the late game. He's so good at kind of cutting the corners, building up big combos, and not getting caught for overextending. I think that's my favorite thing about seeing what he does. He doesn't really put himself in a position that's uncomfortable at any time.
Look at that reset right there too in the middle before scooping up with his left of that train up north. The amount of red jammers on the north side of the stage is insane. But what's good about that is that he does have one power pellet on the top left. But Craig goes down on your screens. TK meeting him right afterwards, back to back, dropping in 5th and 6th place. You got our top 4 competitors now left.
It's always so heartbreaking to see them almost get the reset on the board, and then everything is just so fast. We are up to our final 4 though. We got PAX-MAN right now on our screen. Savix too being able to make it all the way back. We were talking about this, right? Want to see the endurance, the consistency, but it's so difficult. We got Such here too, all the way up there as J-Bob still hanging out in that top right corner. Ajax, what do you think it's going to come down to here?
Well, I mean, we're already seeing, we said it before, Savix is going to have that game where it brings it back. However, Savix is currently sandwiched between every possible bad option, but it was still 4th place. That is a significant increase in points. It's now PAX-MAN, J-Bob, and Such, you mentioned before, always sneaking under the radar sometimes, but here at another top 3 finish.
I don't know how Such keeps doing it too, and with style with that new HUD that he's got going on, but you have nowhere to go, because even if he went through the white jammer, he still would have slowed down in the line of sight of where the red jammers were also going to. So difficult now. We got this one-on-one, one player left here. Such out here looking to put himself on the board, but drops down from J-Bob, who takes 1st place again.
Look at our top 10, man. Top 11, so close on every single side. A lot of our competitors placing within that, top 15 range. We'll give Cleo, that extra little step, of course, too. J-Bob, though, has been so strong in these finals, Vicky.
Savix, though, making the turnaround after what we witnessed in that last game. This is what we're mentioning. It was going to happen eventually.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the fact that he did it before, it did take 2 rounds this time, but it was going to happen eventually. Savix has a great mentality. There's plenty of games to be had, and he ends up on another top 4 position. I wouldn't be surprised to see if it goes up again, because very much like last time, it was an upswing. He only performed better and better. But the Fear factor now. Uncle Slam in the very beginning of the day was going back and forward with what's and that's it. They were just the only ones winning. Now we're looking at J-Bob, 007 up here winning back-to-back games. And where's Uncle Slam? Down at 8th. That is a huge 5-up. Was able to outplace him that game. Do you need Uncle Sam to kind of pick it up a ton as we see Pac-Man picking up the crowd's hype once again out here right behind us, actually.
There he is.
Vicky, I know you.
I'm starstruck.
I know you said you wanted to take a picture and get this is your chance, Vicky.
You know what? I'm just gonna have to wait right now because then I actually won't be able to climb back up on this desk. It's a little tall out here. But
there it is. There. Hey. How you doing, everybody? It's, again, finals time of the day is the final set. There is no more after this. Whatever team wins this walks away with that custom arcade. And you also want the bragging rights. We're seeing a lot of pride going on the line between these two teams.
It's officially also in the second half of the set as well, as we are going to be going back and seeing the points too. We also have to check out the points after that last one, but things are getting so intense. We've got the final 3 games. Let's check out the points though. 279 to 304. The lead is now starting to kind of go in the favor of 5-Up's team right now. Got to talk about that big point round though last game for our orange team here. Look, 50, 15, and 12 too. 7 is not a bad number compared to what it could be.
That's a 25-point difference, though. That made a lot because if you look at the top 4, I think 3 of those players are coming in from 5-Up's team. And I love how Ajax mentioned earlier that 5-Up also got that 1 placement ahead of Cleo. Even at the very beginning, you could see the difference in playstyle between our 2 leaders, our 2 team captains. And it's cool because you have Cleo out here who, from the very beginning, looks like he's speed running with the highest speed that he could run through in the early rounds. And then 5-Up trying to take a more very passive approach, and it has worked out for him very well, but it worked out in the last set with him and the rest of his team a lot more consistently than what we've seen so far.
Yes, and again, we were talking about the aces of the staff. Uncle Slam up there with 1 W, J-Bob now with 2. So Uncle Slam, even though he didn't get to that same position, this is who you're expecting to be able to get the job done. He was able to get a lot of early KOs, got that previous win. J-Bob answers back. Does Uncle Slam do like he did before and answers back? That will make that gap a little bit better because currently 100+ points belong to J-Bob alone. If anybody can somehow find a way to focus him down and get him out of the way, that is a big carry right now for 5-Up's team.
Absolutely. Going on into what I believe is now the 5th game here. So we're about to hit those extra innings coming in. But Uncle Slam, we're going to see starting it out here. Once again, I think the beginning game is so cool to see because I'd like to see which players take it a little bit slower, which players are kind of going in all crazy. Uncle Slam, though, just going to kind of chip down the ghost train a bit, sending off 24, 25, but now above 30 Ajax.
Actually crazy to see the slow jammers too all over on the screen as he sends the other jammers into other players' maps. Going to be able to clean up the bottom right side before getting that other power pellet that he's supposed to leave for right now before being able to find the opportunity to scoop that up too. Being on that second round, though, after getting that first reset, Uncle Slam looking to keep himself on the board right here for the rest of his team. But creating that train over on the right side, great opportunity right here because also that power pellet is waiting for him once he gets in that direction.
Exactly. And again, these are the early rounds. You're taking it slow. The main key point here is to consistently remove a lot of those early round opponents who are kind of suffering from their early builds. And that, oh no! Savix had such a great performance just previously, and you can see it. You can see it in the body language. Dropping down again at the 80th position. The stage can play into it sometimes, and I hope that's not getting to it, but that is another big difference of points that they're going to lose out here, Lyric.
Only 1 point for Savix this round when points have been fluctuating so much, and you want to make sure you get every single one. Judgment Day, though, with a nice train coming right towards him here, as now, once again, has the power pellet ready to go. But look at that. So we're just going to be chomping on this train, man.
Yeah, going to be able to also get that reset on the top corner with the orange. He wants to get that power pellet if he has that opportunity, just in case. Again, all that extra points that he wants to work with while the Ghost chase right after him. So that red jammer that's right there, too, that's about to get reset now that he managed to clear the entire board.
So they're fast approaching everybody, kind of getting closer to that 5th round territory. We have reached that 50 players left mark, a couple more dropping as we point that out. Everybody, again, it's all about the slow build. However, I'm seeing a lot of really big combo plays from people at this point. It seems like they're trying to establish some early fear and maybe sneak out a few more of those knockouts like what they got with Savix.
I was just about to say that, Ajax. I feel like we saw a tactic shift from every single player. We started off with really slow. Let me just kind of
do what I need to do to just get up to the higher levels. But now we're seeing, you know, who can I take out as early as possible here? Once again, the name of the game is points. It's not just wins.
Getting that second power pellet on the bottom side of the screen. He had to go for a reset originally because there was just too many jammers on that north side, and it would have cleared up that path. Now we tune into J-Bob here on the other side. He's also going to get the reset because he needs to clear out this entire southern board before he could fully get the jammers off that board once he gets that last pellet.
Oh, and Cleo Thomas kind of beating himself a little bit up there. Actually, Cleo Thomas in 5. Okay, so Cleo ended up going 1 point above him, but all jokes aside, this is where points matter the most. So even with the team captain going back-to-back thing, it's still, I can't afford to have my team drop. And Uncle Sam going to get a huge amount of combo here. I don't think we're going to finish the whole thing, or we're going to probably go for a reset pretty soon and then build up for the next round. But they were still only in the 5th round this late into the game.
Yeah, and you have that power pellet also right to the right of Uncle Sam right there. So he cleared out that one train over there before the red jammer appears on the ground, and then he's going to be able to also get that scooped up, get them paused up before he managed to go to the southern side of the board. TK doing something very similar here, but he's got a lot more of those red jammers on the southern side of his board versus the north side. And if he wants to clear all of that up, aside from going for the reset, he went in that direction. Another one of those moments where I swear I pressed down.
I could have sworn to the right optimal thing was to just wait for the fruit to spawn here. But Uncle Slam with a nice train of ghosts here to mess up in the top 5 right now. Speed is 7 though, Ajax, moving really, really quickly.
Yeah, I think something happened with TK too, because remember, you got to get all those pellets to be able to force that reset. He was thinning the wire with that red jammer for like 4 times in a row, and then he finally overextended once. But Uncle Slam is that consistency you need. He's got a lot of red jammers. He's got the reset already available. He's going to make sure he gets as many pellets as he can. You still have 1 power pellet to play with. He could attempt to get a little greedy and move them all over, but I don't think that's the play, and we're not going to see that happen.
Yeah, just going to get the reset instead. He'll just leave that power pellet on the top right and then has to clear the board all over again. But there were so many jammers now that he still has to work with, even when they reposition. Meanwhile, J-Bob, he had already cleared the board originally, even with the resets that he's had with the fruit in the middle. But it's about clearing the board that he's been able to nail down while also being able to position himself around the ghost with this high speed.
Yeah, I was about to say that, Vicky. What do you prioritize? Getting all the jammer Pac-Man out or clearing the board here? Very tight situation in the left side corner for PAX-MAN. Going to be able to fish himself out of it here. We got it ready to go. We will just be clearing the board right when the red jammer Pac-Man also appear. Ajax, we're in this top 5. Everyone seems to be playing pretty solid right now.
Yeah, we're at that point where I see a speed tier 10 on Uncle Slam.
Geez.
He is flying around everywhere. He's also at round 11. So even with the ghost trying to go talk to him real quick, it's not going to really be enough. Meanwhile, round 12 already access for Judgment Day 2. They're starting to pick up that pace though. It's going to be a little bit more stressful. That timer lasts just a little bit lower. He has 1 more pellet to play with, and we're going to see Craig, who's also still in the midst of this, trying to keep that run alive.
Oh man, the bells were towing for Judgment Day right there too before trying to get the reset. You can see PAX-MAN on the right side now. You can see all those red jammers too. Where does he go?
No!
You don't know where to go. It was just a matter of time. There was no pellet there. He had no power pellet. He already prioritized taking it, which is crazy. Again, Craig going out. Our top 3 competitors left in this round.
J-Bob, man, still holding on to the consistency, and Uncle Slam back up there with Judgment Day as well. The red jammers, though, looking so scary, right? Ajax gonna be able to get himself out of it, clear the red jammers. We're still very much in this with our top 3 in round 15.
And Red Judgment Day going ahead and adding on that points. He did have a round where there's no pellets, so it's just a forced reset, but he can build some combos and just drag him all the way over his Uncle Slam. He's got to get to the top right corner or get over to the key to get that power pellet. He's going to get exactly that. He's going to walk right around and perfectly execute that transition to round 15.
That was so good. You guys saw how he was lingering in the tunnel to the left side on purpose to force the red jammers to follow him there before committing onto going in one direction, and it was so that way he could clear his own path to get that last power pellet on the top right. Meanwhile, Judgment Day also having to navigate his way while avoiding that top right side, and J-Bob goes down. Our last 2 competitors now left, Uncle Slam and Judgment Day.
Yeah, here we go, though. We're seeing Uncle Slam back in top 2 once again. Good positioning, just going to clear the red jammers here. He's got a nice little train to send on over to their opponent as well. Look at the jammers on the top side. We've got some ways to work with, but instead Uncle Slam will just take the PAC-1 here and puts on the glasses saying, I'm styling on y'all.
That is great. I did not see the shades up to this point. So you got to be confident to have the shades on indoors, and that is right after a victory because it's shining too bright. He was able to get yet another W. That's 2 now, going toe-to-toe with J-Bob, and also J-Bob not making the top 2 finish. He only got the top 3. So that's not going to be that 25 points that helps kind of cut that gap a little bit more. Instead, now that allows Uncle Slam to kind of even the points up because J-Bob was just slightly over him because of that bad performance he had in that game 4.
And Judgment now coming in second place. That's also huge for Cleo's team because despite losing the lead after the last round, now they're going to be able to close in that gap, maybe even take the lead instead. And that's why we keep highlighting what a big difference it is between having the usual 5 games and the 7 now games, because now this is the change-up. That was the 5th game, but we still got those 2 extra ones to go.
Got more and more to play. Of course, Savix, the player that we've been talking about a lot, doing a really good job of bringing it back, but unfortunately falling back down into the 90s. You're only contributing 1 point, where every point counts here. Let's check out the points as we're talking about it. But still, even with Savix only contributing 1 point that round, it's still 368 to 355. It is so close. Uncle Slam, though, put in the work to definitely make up for it.
Big part of that was that top 2 finish, like you're saying. Both of those members belonging to Cleo Thomas's team. 50 and 25, that's a 75-point win for that team. So even though you underperformed, your team has got your back. It's all about working together. And Savix has already proven once, he can answer right back after a game. I still have faith that he's going to be able to do that. But now we're looking at a much closer game, and we've seen in the long game, you know, one of these 2 teams had to stop at the last second to stop that from going away from them in the last semis match. The other one being Cleo Thomas's team, even though they started off slow, they won that set against Lana Ray earlier on a comeback. So far, it's looking like that's kind of continuing that trend.
That 13-point difference,
it's true,
ain't really much. I'm going to be straight up here, and that's why it's crazy, because like you talked about it, the top 2 finishers right there in that previous game is what allowed them to take the lead once again after there was that slight gap. I love how you guys talked up earlier on Savix because it is that hot and cold performance that he keeps having. But what if? Better late than never.
True.
You got to highlight yourself as the MVP who swoops in and takes the finishing blow on the team. But we got to see first how that plays out, because 5UP obviously has had the opportunity to be as consistent with J-Bob taking the lead too.
Going on into game number 6 here. 2 games to go. Ajax and Vicky can go either way. Once again, we're going to be focusing on Uncle Slam and hanging out with him for the beginnings of this game. Once again, the early game has been such an interesting point of contention for me. I feel like Cleo has been playing really fast, and I feel like everybody else has been playing a little bit slower.
Yeah, and it's been a marathon, not just for them, for us too. This has been a long build-up to this moment in this finals. Again, you play 5 games in each one, but the 7-game set, it has been intense down to the wire on every single time. There's been no blowouts. There's been no guaranteed dubs. And that is a big due part of players like Uncle Slam, who are willing to go for the train combo early, get all those jammers. It doesn't matter. He knows how to navigate around it and get a lot of early knockouts off the board.
And a slow pace too on the corner, so that way he could time getting that power pellet, so that way he could take care of not just the drain, but then send the jammers into the other player boards too, which is super important. We've actually seen a lot of impact from these white jammers that prevent you from getting the same speed that you were already used to. And with the speed picking up with both the Ghost and just being able to try to navigate through the red jammers in the late game, it could be very detrimental.
Look at this train from Crag they have available to them now. That's got to hurt too. I feel like some of these early rounds have been very tricky for some of these players here. Letting the white jammers just come and say hi for a little bit. Literally bring them all to me.
It's not an issue, though. At least you're in the early game right here. This is where you could thrive. You get that power pellet, and you clean up the rest of the board. You get that reset with the fruit in the middle, and now you're going to be able to just rinse and repeat here on the right side of the map before trying to clear up the rest of the pellets. Leave that 1 power pellet just in case jammers start getting sent to you early on.
Absolutely. Also has the reset in the center right now if you're Crag, too. A lot of good things on this board right now. Nothing too crazy just yet as we're hitting the 50 mark here. I like how we're letting the white jammers, stack up, and then you know what? You still have the access with the power pellet to just get yourself right out of there.
Exactly. Why try rushing forward into all of them? Just let them come to you. It's fine. You're just kind of chilling for a sec, because it's not those that are going to be the problem. It's the red ones later. It's the ghosts later. And if you position yourself away from that power pellet, you're going to get caught up, jammed up, if you will. And this is one of those rounds where those power pellets aren't, the regular PAC dots aren't around. So you're just kind of killing some time, getting your speed boost up. And we're going to see 5-up drop at 25th. That's not terrible, but it does make a pretty big difference as everyone else gets towards that top 10.
Especially since we're on the second to last game out here. Every point counts, so that's why we've been highlighting it so much when it comes to Savage, for example. Gets right through that red jammer after getting the reset real quick before they reappear again somewhere else on the map. Look how Uncle Slam, he is literally slamming it right through with the speed, though. He got that speed 5. He's waiting in the corner. Cleo goes down here, too, unfortunately.
At 14th, too. I feel like everybody now just taking a quick break in the midst of the chaos to just chill in a corner, wait for all the jammers to come to them. But look at TK sending out tons and tons of ghosts to his opponents right now, and still 40 train, maybe even going to be seeing a 50 very soon, Ajax.
I think we could see that KO count on TK go up very fast. Granted, he's also in a not great position himself, kind of covering himself up there, but he does have plenty of time left to get that reset, and we have now, once again, reapproached that final 10 to see who's going to go ahead and get this game.
Look at the patience right here while he gets the power pellet on the right side. He freezes the red jammers in place, but look how quickly that timer's also running out, forcing him to use the other power pellet on the top left side. He's got probably another one over here on the left side that he's going to just leave available. Yes, he does. Good timing, too, because he leaves the red jammers stagnated before having to go for a forced reset because of their positioning.
I was about to say, that was a very aggressive round from TK, too. Just like taking in all of the ghosts and then going just straight for the reset, recognizing, you know what, my board isn't favorable, let's just start again, and then just going right back into the train too to try to mess up his opponents. We're in top 10 Ajax. It could go either way with anybody.
And very important point too, you said the board's not favorable. Sometimes it's okay to just kind of let that one go. Don't be reckless. Don't try to force anything, because this final 8 has been surviving for a while. We haven't seen anybody drop in a little bit, and that's important as we see all of these ghosts start to rush up. We have a speed tier of 5, and as these later rounds approach, the speed tiers are going to matter. We have plenty of time on that power pellet for Judgment Day to go ahead and sneak up, get some extra points, but he doesn't have the reset available to him. He tried to get in there as quickly as possible to get the reset, but because of the fact his timer ran out, he had no shot to pause them and get it going.
Oh, so unfortunate. Judgment going down. Look like TK went down earlier on too. Our top 5 competitors left, and that is PAX-MAN on your board right here. When it gets to these later rounds, though, and you have so many red jammers currently on the board, it makes it even more difficult for you to get a complete full reset. When you can do that in the late game, that's incredibly impressive. But when you get the reset with the fruit, at least, the red jammers will go elsewhere. Meanwhile, Uncle Slam says he's got them all contained in one corner. He's chilling. Then once he starts moving, he'll be able to go to the top right pellet right before he managed to get the reset.
So many times we've seen so many KOs from people putting themselves into unfortunate corners and then not being able to find the power fruit to help them out here. Here we go though, PAX-MAN finding a excellent train to once again send out here. Oh my goodness, it's so scary here. Nothing else to really do.
He's got
Ajax.
a what?
Oh
no, sneaking again right underneath it. Not only did the ghost go right by him and say, "Nah, you good. I didn't see you," and then avoids him again at the last second, keeping PAX-MAN still in this fight for this top 3.
I don't know how he shades his way right through the ghost like that, because it is actually impressive. He even did like a little dance at one point on the camera, and look how he's feeling himself.
Don't betray your barber. That's the cleanest shave I've ever seen. You need to keep that going. Uncle Slam, however, has a great position. He's got the timer still in favor to get out of there once those red jammers show up. But a very bad thing. Oh, PAX-MAN falls. There, he gets to the Galaga. Now J-Bob, gets to the Galaga. Uncle Slam wasn't in a great spot to get that reset, but now it's down to that final 2.
I feel like both of these players have been a lot of their top performances for their teams. We're seeing some of the best here, both on double-digit rounds so far. Both of them looking pretty good. Both going to be able to find the reset as well. They're both moving very masterfully, but unfortunately for Uncle Slam, the white jammer led to the 2 reds, and that is going to be J-Bob winning another PAC-1 in our grand finals.
Are you guys kidding me? The back and forth that we're seeing from J-Bob and Uncle Slam has persisted throughout this entire set, all the way down to game 6. We still got one more game on our hands, but looking at what we could potentially see right now after the flip-flop of the overall score, J-Bob taking those 50 points is going to look beautiful for 5-up.
The other 9 KOs is being pointed out for Uncle Slam, but every single championship has that one player who picked it up, known as the MVP.
Yeah.
Right now, these 2 are fighting it out for that MVP position because it has been going back and forth. Uncle Slam got 2, J-Bob got 3. We are now in a position where if J-Bob goes and gets another one, that's going to be really bad for the opposing team. They need to close it out with like a top 2 finish.
I want to give some history between these two players too. Leading up to this event, in the 4 weeks that they were playing online, it was just as similar to what we're witnessing right now between J-Bob and Slam. They literally were going back and forth where maybe the first week J-Bob was on top of Uncle Slam, J-Bob was on top of Uncle Slam the second week, but then it kind of flipped. Seeing the overall scoreboard though, this is what we were talking about before. This is how close it is. It is literally down to the wire, which our results are determined by this final game. No huge lead just yet, but the lead has been taken back by 5 up.
Nothing too crazy here, but dare I say that I love a good miracle here. I want to see Savix come and just get that first place right when the orange team needs it, right down to the wire. It has been a pleasure casting with both of you. It has been a pleasure here at the PAC-MAN 9-9 Challenge. I cannot believe we're already at our last game. Time flies by while you're having fun.
Like you said, down to the wire. We are at the end of the tightrope, and nobody has any more room to move. It's the final game here to see who gets that custom arcade brought to you by Arcade 1-Up. And, of course, the most important thing, the bragging rights of the PAC-MAN 99 Championship Finals here. The challenge has been set. The teams have been playing it out, and so far, a couple MVPs have been there to get the job done. But which one will be the true champion at the end of the day?
You set up that setting perfectly, Ajax. There's a lot on the line here. I like the bragging rights. We had the early trash talk going down on the stage. We always love to highlight that, especially between our two rivals, between the team captains that we get to witness in this finals game. But I don't want to waste any more time. I want to get into this because it has been so close. I don't think the distance between taking the #1 spot and the second place spot right now has been greater than 20 points or so.
No.
So that's how close it's been throughout this entire series.
So close, and now we get to go into Game 7 here of the PAC-MAN 9-9 Challenge. Everybody getting hype in the crowd as well. It all comes down to this, you two.
Exactly. It is the last opportunity, and it's not like it's been a blowout on either side. It has been back and forth. We saw that score difference. This is the deciding game. If anybody falls early, that is a huge loss to the points. If anybody is able to get rid of someone early, though, and get a double up at the top, that might solidify it. I don't know how it's going to happen, though. J-Bob has been able to do it back and forth. Savix needs to pick it up, but Savix can definitely do it. This might be that game, Vicky.
Who is jamming Savix out here? Do you guys see how many white jammers he's got on his screen, and it's only round 1? Who is attacking him right now? We know the comeback factor is alive. He wants to be the hero of his own story right here when it comes to trying to clutch up for the rest of Cleo's team. But look at the way that he's trying to navigate through the ghosts who are in the middle currently right now, leaving that last power pellet in the top left.
Yeah, saving the last power pellet and knowing exactly that you have a way to go and reset your board when the time comes to it. Here we go, though. The reset of the board, things are looking good, but look at all these jammer PAC-MAN Ajax. It's definitely not been easy for Savix this entire set so far.
Yeah, and another compliment to go out as well to players like Such and Judgment Day, who all picked it up a ton as this progressed on. We've talked, of course, about the 2 aces of the staff with Uncle Slam and J-Bob, but everyone else has been doing it, but this is the one you needed to see. Savix has been able to win before. He's going to get a massive combo here out of this Ghost Train. Not going to commit fully to it because you want to leave some of that still left on the table for that next round.
Seeing how many jammer, though, have already appeared so early on Savix's whole board right now makes me think that he has the train activated.
I believe so.
Yeah, which makes the ghost multiply, but it spawns those jammer PAC-MAN on your board when you eat the ghost, so it's very risky.
Yeah, for sure. And look, all of the Ghost Train hanging out in the top right corner, all the way snaking all the way around here. Savix, though, going to be passing probably into the top 50 now, as once again, we're taking a very slow start, and then somehow everyone just starts falling around the 30 mark.
Hey, that's where things start to get stressful. Everybody starts to make the big plays. You start going to the counter stance. You start going to the knockout stance to try and get everybody who is falling behind, especially if you got a lot of those CPUs out of the way. You want to be the one to try and establish dominance early. Savix, however, is going to be buried between a couple of red jammers. He's got plenty of time on that, but there is a ghost that is floating around smartly in that position, going for the reset.
Oh, I'm scared right now. You could see the white jammers just trying to engulf him currently. Huge trade opportunity right here for TK. He's got the red jammers, though, on his board. He gets the reset immediately right afterwards. He has the opportunity to eat the remaining last power pellets. He still has all 4 of them up, so he gets those extra points, but also get the full reset on the board without the jammers being there.
Absolutely, and you definitely want to prioritize getting all of the jammer PAC-MAN out. Look at that, all the white there, but now, once again, Savix playing very masterfully around the board as Cleo Thomas going to fall out at, I believe, 21st.
Very similar position to what happened to 5-Up the previous game. 5-Up going down at 25th, and Cleo was able to keep it going. Will 5-Up be the one this time to answer back in that regard? We'll find out as this continues. As Savix still keeping this run alive, looking way better here at 17th, but that is a lot of jammers, and the worst part, the power pellets are all being blocked, and he does not have enough to pull off the reset. He needs to sneak over. He's going to go ahead and get over to the other side. He's going to get access. There's the apple. Does he have enough time to creep around? I don't know if he will. Actually, it seems like he might. Last second, just getting a few more points in there so he can go in, get that apple, and get that reset.
The confidence here, too. We felt like the invincibility was about to run out about 5 seconds ago, and just recognizing, yeah, I know the exact timing here. Savix here looking really good on the board as well, going to be able to grab another power pellet, has the reset ready to go just in case things get tricky, but honestly, not a lot of red jammers right now on the board, and we're in top 10.
Guys, he's doing it. He's doing it. It's top 10. You got the red jammers that now just finally appear on the board, but clear a good amount of pellets before going for the soft reset on the board right there too, leaving one power pellet on the top left, but it's blocked off by the red jammers. He's going to try to clear out with the top right side, get that final power pellet on the left. He is waking up. He is coming alive, and he gets another reset with the fruit on the board.
You got 9 people left, and we're going to see TK has fallen, so now it makes it a little bit more different, and Craig has had some great performances, and then a couple of close sets at the end. 5-Up makes it to 8th place. That's going to help the team a ton as you're looking at all the aces, and then your captain to perform well. He gets it. Craig stuck between the lines. He's going to thin the wire. He's going to get underneath. He's going to get just by that and get himself out of that round into number 10.
It just goes to show the knowledge and the prowess. Every tight situation is so close, and each player is able to just find their way out of here as well. Crag in the top 10 now, looking for the reset, not even going to go for it yet, recognizing, you know what, I got a giant train coming. I'm in a good spot here. Let's just try and mess up other people's board as we're now going to take the reset and get those red jammers out of there.
And you saw how he created that train to specifically be in the middle side right there, so that way he could also get the reset with fruit in the middle. That was perfectly timed. Good strategy right there displayed. Savix still alive, top 7 right now, and he's looking to clear the south side of the board.
And you know that Uncle Slam and J-Bob are floating around there still too, performing very well. Savix has been able to amp it up exactly what you needed though. After those other matches, this is the one you needed the most. Game number 7, and he is now here in the 6th position. Somebody else has just fallen. Whoa! And, he's kind of thinning the wire again, but he has that power pellet. We're going to move our way to round 14.
Look how crazy they're flying. Crag out at 8th as well. We're reaching into the final 5. We're revisiting Judgment Day here, having a pretty good time. No red jammers, going to take the red power pellet right now just to try and once again stack up more, but we're moving super quick, Vicky. Honestly, it could go either way.
Yeah, you can see him go for the soft reset, but look at all the red jammers on his screen. To get rid of those, you need to clear the entire board, but he's looking to clear out the rest of this train that is left on the bottom right side of the screen. He's got the power pellet that he could go to immediately right afterwards. J-Bump goes down.
That
is huge because Savix and Judgment Day are still alive.
Yeah, Savix is still alive.
Uncle Slam.
And you have J-Bob, the biggest factor in the way, now moved out of the way. That's who Cleo had his most faith in at the very beginning, was Uncle Slam. We have speed tier number 8, but he runs right into the red jammer. We have our final 3 left to go.
So close here. Savix still not a lot of red jammers on the board, but look at Judgment Day's board. Such a tricky situation, saying, you know what, let me just grab this key, reset the board, let's get a little bit more comfortable, but look at this great train. Honestly, the train's coming more and more into play, all of these red jammers, but look at Judgment Day. Doesn't even need to go for the reset right now, has everything under control.
Guys, the top 3 right now are all from Cleo's team.
Ooh.
They're all from Cleo's team, and it's Savix's story just writes itself at this point. Yeah, we're seeing Judgment Day pop up, but Judgment Day has been one of those players, the longer he stays alive, the stronger he looks. Savix finally drops down in 3rd place, but what a come up after the last 2 games.
Judgment Day's going to go down here too. I think they realized that they had the top 3 position, and they're going to go ahead and clap it up, because once they realized they had it locked down, that means they get the 50, the 25, and that 12. That just made such a big difference for Team Cleo Thomas. They're in the final game of the set.
Guys, what an ending to that.
For
what
sure.
a way to see the journey, too, from Savix from start to finish of that last game.
I painted that so perfectly. I was like, we got to see you come back. And I was like, oh my God, is Savix going to win and get the back one? Regardless, though, it is a team
you
game.
love to see it. Thumbs
and
up, hearts
honestly,
out.
I saw all the high fives, too, earlier from the team Ajax. It's all about teams. It's all about having fun. And honestly, it's been such a fun time with you two. But I think after the points total, I think we know who may have taken that.
We'll be finding out in a second, of course, when we get to that drum roll finish. But what an incredible time it has been, like you said, leading up to this point. The 2 semifinal rounds went down to the wire, The final round was just, it had to be the same. The story was be told between these two, kind of going back and forth with it. Both incredible finishes, but we are now down to who gets to be crowned the Pac-Man 99 Challenge champion.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see which of these teams are also going to walk away with that custom arcade cabinet. Always so nice to see, provided by 1UP. So time to rally up the points, because right now I also think it's been a very exciting storyline to see the back and forth between J-Bob and Uncle Slam. But this is the worst placing that we saw J-Bob get, and that's to say that's 5th, which is still incredible. Look at Pac-Man. He's jamming it himself.
This is the one true winner. This is one true winner of it all right here. Pac-Man has been vibing the whole time and also bringing us here today to put on this great performance. Everybody, and finally,
don't eat the camera.
Finally, the camera gave Pac-Man the hug. That's all we needed to see. We were waiting to see Pac-Man finally get that clear. Again, it's been fun, but that's really the most important part. Who cares about one? It's just about Pac-Man.
It's true, it's true. And thank you, of course, to Pac-Man for having us as well. Such a big thank you. It's been such a fun time, even though I had to sit out around. You guys held it down. We all held it down. It was such a good time. Honestly, I love talking about the strategies as well. And it was pure chaos at some point.
I think my favorite thing was just from the start of the day, everybody who had a little bit more to back up some of their talk, they did it. I mean, at the start, Cleo was a little bit more blunt about saying, we're going to win. And Lana said, no, my people, no, Cleo won. They said, you should have been a little more mean. And then the next one, Deep Pity, like, look, you ate too many pack dots at the start. I don't know what to tell you. You ate the wrong breakfast. And if I'm upset, hey, doesn't matter. You may be hungry, but we're winning. And that's exactly what happened. But now with this final one, everybody was proclaiming they'd be the winner, but the stats are what proves it at the end.
Exactly. I love how you talk about the banter that we had earlier on before jumping into our sets. You know, you may eat a lot before the game, but then we're saving your appetite for the game itself. Those are the pellets that matter at the end of the day. The come up, though, between 5UP and Cleo's team, that very last set was so back and forth. It was insane. I can't wait to see what the points are looking like, guys.
Well, it looks like we will be throwing it up to Raynessa on the stage to see who got 3rd here, the Pac-Man 99 Challenge. Raynessa, take us through it.
Okay, so we just saw our grand finals, but do not forget our incredible players that we saw earlier. Our 2 teams, these are our 3rd place winners. So we want to make sure the crowd gets to see them. They get their time on stage. So you played through your matches, and there's 4 different ghost colors up there. All right, which ghost color is the best one, right? Who didn't eat you the most?
Pinky.
All right, Pinky for this side for Team Lana Ray. And then we will head over here to D-Pity. Which ghost was your friend?
Pinky.
Pinky. Okay, well, you know, that makes sense. Our 2 third place teams, they had the same favorite ghost. Let's give a big round of applause for these 2 teams. All right, and we are going to send things back to our desk while we tally up the final scores and pick our winner. Thank you. To the desk.
Because I need to know who won now. We got to see those 2. But the scores were so close. You did point out a very important factor, though. The positions of those who were at the top, closing that out, all belong to one team. And who was that again?
You know what, guys? With the score, and my math is correct, it's got to be Cleo's team at the very end. The way that they were able to take that last game meant everything. That top 3 standings that we saw between Uncle Slam, Judgment, and Savix, who came up, made a load of the difference for those extra points.
Such a comeback kid story when you really think about it, too. Just 7 and 12 points, and then all the way just shooting back up into the top 3 must feel so good as well. And once again, shout outs to all of our teams as well. I like Pinky, but actually Clyde's my favorite ghost.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it was Team Blinky that got it done. And honestly, one of the things that's really cool about this as well is earlier we were talking to Cleo about what do you do about keeping your team composed. You had to go 2 times making comeback victories. He said, it's not over.
Nope.
As long as there are games to be played, it's not over. You just need to take a deep breath, keep yourself in it, because you can still get the job done. That's exactly what we saw out of Savix at the last one. It's exactly what we saw out of that whole team effort in that last one as they take over the final 3 positions. And they might have 2 different times today where they're able to go from being behind at the start to still being able to get the W at the end.
Love it. I love to see that from a lot of our teams too, especially with the way that we even got to converse on the desk too with Chloe and being able to see, rather with Cleo, and being able to see his thoughts on where we were going to be moving on afterwards. Since his hands weren't as warm before diving into that game, he still was able to download the strats, even started writing little notes down, thinking to himself what he wanted to change up in his own gameplay. And I think that goes a distance too when you're able to sit down and converse this with pro players that have been playing Pac-Man 99 for a while now here too.
I think our influencers got better and better, but we are going to be throwing it back to Raynessa for an interview.
Yeah, it's time to figure out which one of these teams has won. So I'm waiting for production to tell me in my ear who it is as they add up the numbers and do the reveal with the envelope, but obviously it's in the air. It is going to be Team Cleo for the win! Look at that. Look at that team camaraderie. We're going to give them a moment to celebrate because there is another team up here that played incredibly well. We saw how close those scores were the whole time. So for your second place, let's hand this right over here to 5 Up. They will be receiving arcade tabletop, a tabletop arcade for every member of the team from 1 Up Arcade. And we'll talk to the team here for a little moment, get their reactions. It was a real slugfest, especially between J-Bob.
I couldn't imagine the pressure that he was under on this entire thing. I think everyone played well. The rounds went for it felt like forever. Like, oh my God, everything was so quick. The Pac-Man Ghost, everything was just incredible to watch. So I hope these guys aren't too hard on themselves. They played incredibly. I'm really proud of them nonetheless.
Wow, so much wholesome from our team captain, J-Bob. You did a lot of work. This is not, you guys also were wonderful, but I am going to talk to, you placed very highly several times. What was the strategy?
What was the strategy? Just live, like we had talked about some strategies before and tried to pull it off a little bit, but we're just glad that I mean, how awesome is it to be here, enjoying God's creation to the fullest, and just I love all these guys. We have so much fun together, and that includes the other team. I mean, I know Bhutan or whatever, but every guy over there is awesome. Love Uncle Slam. He's played freaking awesome today.
Yes, thank you. Everyone played incredibly well. Thank you so much. Congratulations to the team. And then we will give the full custom arcade cabinet over here to Team Cleo. Look at that 1 Up Arcade giant prize picture here. Nice, and the team gathering. Love it. All right, Cleo, I need to know. I gotta know. Where is this going?
Where is this going?
What? Not that. I mean, also that. Yeah. Dude, both. You got to tell us both.
Yeah, this will be living in my game room forever, man. I just have to say, my team, I never doubted them, not even a little bit. I knew they were going to bring it, and each and every single one of them made sure to carry, man. So congratulations to my team, and I look forward to defending this with my team next year.
All right, we love hearing that. Looking forward to defending it. You pulled some shades out of nowhere.
Yeah, so Craig over there and I had a gentleman's agreement where if we both made it to the finals, we would switch hats. But I don't think we actually expected that to happen, so we settled for the glasses instead. And I think that was my power source. So shout outs to Craig for that one.
All right, the gentleman's agreement, the sunglasses swap. Okay, which one is Savix? Savix, you had a little bit of a fall in round 5, and then you really, really recovered. How did that feel?
No excuses. It was the nerves. They got the best of me, and that's all I can say about that. I'm disappointed in my gameplay, but at least I had a few good rounds and helped my team out a little bit.
You had incredible rounds, all right? Do not discount yourself that way. Team Cleo, you have put together an incredible team of players here. Your Pac-Man 99 champions. All right, and that is it for us here tonight at PAX Arena with our wonderful teams, all our great players, of course, our incredible crowd. Thank you to PAC-MAN 99 for such great games. Thank you to 1UP Arcade for the really cool prizes. And we will be back tomorrow with more PAX Arena action. Have a wonderful night, everyone.